looking for me, they'll find you.
No, they'll find you.
They'll eventually find me when they go looking for you. Just like that. Oh, I have one viewer.
That's more than I have.
Hi. Are you live?
Yeah, there you are. It's coming
Look,
through the
I'm
thing.
here. It's like Inception.
Oh look, PacificPlankton is on. Do I want to watch that?
No, don't, because hey, duck, goose. I'm gonna raid you.
No, you're gonna raid you.
I'm gonna raid you, but it'll be me. But it's gonna be you.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Here's the SEM. So we've got stubs in the SEM right now. So excited. So a little mini tour of the lab. Here we go. Look at all of these. We've got stuff like that in the SEM. There's 2 people now. Oh my goodness. And then we're gonna over here.
Treat yourself by raiding yourself.
I know. Gonna raid me as you. Raid into you.
You're gonna raid you as you.
I'm gonna raid me, but it's you. There, we're gonna be looking. Well, we had some forums. Still do. We can see if we can find the others. There we go. Yeah. So there we go. It's gonna happen.
I can't wait.
Hey, Sawyer. Just in time, because you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna raid, and then when we raid Diatom's attack, you'll be able to see me running the SEM, which is here on Diatom's attack stream. So I'm gonna have to hold on here while I figure out how to raid from my phone.
Just type /raid, then my name.
Just type /raid.
Yeah.
Can I? I don't even know if I can chat while I'm doing this. Hold on.
Is this your first time streaming?
It's my first time trying.
Do I need to watch your channel from here and then send people to me from your channel as your moderator?
You could, because you might actually have. What's the machine? Looks like a Silicon Graphics computer from the 90s. It's not. It's a TestScan 3.
From the 90s?
My goodness. Playback. It's a scanning electron microscope, and we're going to be looking at, hey, duck, goose. Did I miss a duck in there somewhere? I'm like trying.
Just keep adding ducks till you get to the end. That's how it works.
But you have to.
Do you want me to raid us?
Honestly, I'm like.
You don't know how to do stuff.
From my phone?
Yeah.
Help. You know how to do it from the phone?
Generally speaking, there's a thing that pops open. It says hide chat.
I don't want to hide the chat because I want to type into the chat, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay. Show chat.
Yeah.
I don't want to hide the chat. I want to type into the chat,
book
don't
snail.
Yeah.
Raid.
Okay.
I don't know.
I
I'll
know,
just do
right?
it from here. I don't know what you've done to your phone.
I've not done anything.
Hey, the book snail. Raid. I know,
There,
right?
now you're bringing your 3 viewers over to yourself
Not
on
done
my
anything.
stream.
Right?
Right. But
Hold on. Here we go. We're going to go find me in another room. Actually, in the same
You're gonna
room.
raid now?
right?
Sure.
Hold on. Here we go. We're gonna go.
There.
Hold on.
Now we raided?
Here we go. We're
Yeah.
gonna go.
Now
Now
I
you
can-
really are incepting.
Now it's Inception.
Now we've raided.
We've raided.
Your invasion is complete.
It is.
Now we've raided. As you have raided my. Oh look, it's got all the things up.
Because I raided.
Right.
Right?
Cheesy. Look at, and you're now hosting it.
Right?
Perfect. You brought your 3 viewers over to my 3 viewers.
I did. It's probably the same 3 viewers.
Could be.
It
could be. Shenanigans.
Oh, all kinds.
Alright.
Here we are. Now I can watch chat on my phone.
No, you gotta run this thing.
I know, but chat will operate.
Over there, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Chat will operate.
Chat's gonna operate on us. If you get the scalpel.
Hi, chat. Thank you.
There you
very
go.
much.
I gotta go prepare a class.
All this working and stuff.
I know.
I suppose it's a thing.
It happens on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
And today happens to be Tuesday, not Thursday.
Look, I did this Alaska Syra for you, though.
Ooh.
Alright, you know how to run this thing now, right? You're an old pro.
I just like push like tilt and like
High numbers, yeah.
high numbers, and we're good. Okay.
I don't know about good. Something will happen.
Something will happen. No, you never tilt without the professor. It's like, it's a bad thing. Okay. Here we go. All right. Anybody here? I have to get my glasses on so I can read chat. I love how rating on Twitch is harder than operating an electron microscope. That's pretty funny and true. So what are we looking at? We're looking at diatoms. When are we looking at them now? We're looking right now. This is a beautiful diatom. So he got it lined up, but is he taking a picture? Let's see. I'm gonna speed it up just a little. Isn't that pretty? Actually, it's nice. All right, so where are we? We're on stub number 6. So that's Lake Merritt. This is from Lake Merritt. I want to take a picture of the Lake Merritt. Except, let's slow this down just a little. And, oh, he got it lined up, but did he get it focused? Let's see. I'm gonna focus this in. Or not. So how are you doing, playback? Almost. I think that's probably pretty good. All right. I'm gonna go to speed. We're at speed 7 and auto brightness. Oh, and he didn't tell me what class he was in. If there's a crisis between now and when he's back, I'll go to his last known location. Here we are. Let's see. So we did auto brightness and we focused. Now we're going to take a picture. There we are. And here we go. So we have 2 sets of samples on the SEM right now. I have 2 stubs from San Francisco Bay, which is just mixed, undigested material. And in there are things like tintinids and diatoms and radiolarians, all kinds of bits. I know, right, Sarah Dance Painter? It's like all streaming all the time. I would have streamed right through lunch, but you know, eating in front of the SEM. And if you're not following Sarah Dance Painter out there, you should. I was watching you do the whole like sword thing before I had to go in and eat. I've never ever done that. Yeah, lunch was good. It was so good. I had taco tequilas, tequila tacos, taco tequilas. It was good. But yes, I've never played the whole like sword thing. Oh, now you're hungry. But that was really neat. Really, really neat. The problem is there's so much I want to do and never enough time to do everything I want to do. Keelathon, more tequila or more tacos? I have had 0 tequila, so, and actually I didn't have tacos. I had a tamales, or a tamale. It was really yummy. A career. Ha! Ah, that's what you call it. Not really. But, yeah, I'm just, I'm pretending to be Diatom's Attack. Anyone who came here looking for Diatom's Attack, I'm PacificPlankton. And normally I stream live plankton from the Pacific, just inside San Francisco Bay. I collect plankton near the base of the Golden Gate Bridge. There's a tide station there. And I put it on a light microscope. Usually we're looking at it glowing and golden and gorgeous and things swimming around and gliding. But today, and I have been for a while, I'm in Indiana, and I am streaming from Diatom's Attack's scanning electron microscope. Ah, yes. And it's a real treat for me. So I've come over to the dark side just for a little while. There is no light in a scanning electron microscope, and that's where I am right now. Not in one, but next to one. I am adjacent to a scanning electron microscope. All right. Okay, so this is a diatom, yes. And I'm going to label it, which you can't see. It's Lake Merritt. There we go. Pictures, pictures, and more pictures. All right, so I'm going to close this, all these fun things, and we're going to zoom out because we have the power. I'm going to make it go a little bit faster. Well, maybe not that fast. Hold on. Something in between. Maybe a little faster. Where's my... Goes this way a little bit. There we go. All right. Little auto brightness here so I can see what I'm doing better. It is particularly known for having fun plankton. Oh, the bottom of the bridge? I don't know if it's known for having fun plankton, but one of the things that I really love about the plankton from San Francisco Bay is there's a lot, I see a lot of variety, but I don't look at plankton from other places, so what I have to compare it to is just itself pretty much, and some of the freshwater systems that I've looked at, which aren't many. Let's see, let's look at this. I'm going to make that go to the center. Lots of things drift by. We have a lot of shipping traffic, and we have, even though everybody's supposed to deal with everything efficiently. What is that? It's a little piece of plant something? Let's see. Slow it down, focus it a little. Try and focus it a little. There we go. No. That does look like a diatom. Two diatoms next to each other. Let's see. Different kinds of diatoms. It is a port city, yeah. And there's a very strong flow of water under the bridge. If we only knew someone we could ask. So Diatom's Attack is teaching a class, or he's getting ready to teach a class. I forgot to ask what time he'd be back. Meanwhile, I'm going to masquerade as Diatom's Attack on his channel. And call him? Nah. He'll be back eventually. Speakerphone. It's okay, everybody's got Google. If there's something you really need to know, just ask Google. All right, let's see here. I want to go closer on the end of this one. Right here. Look at those holes. Let's focus it a little. There we go. I think it'll be interesting. So do you find unusual plankton from, say, Pacific Islands or Asia and San Francisco? So I find, I don't just look at the phytoplankton or just the diatoms like Diatom's Attack does. Hitching a ride on a ship. Yes, things very often hitch rides on ships. In fact, there's a lot of, oh, I like this picture. Let's take this picture. It's going to be interesting. But first, I'm going to make sure that it's as focused as I can get it. And then I can get back to chat. Maybe there. Okay. Speed 7, auto brightness. And so ballast water is one of the biggest things. And it's been an issue. And systems to manage ballast water are a big deal, because you don't want ships filling up their ballast tanks. Ballast, yeah, it helps with the ships, how they stay afloat in the water, and how the weight is balanced. Very often they use seawater, and they'll pump from wherever they are. Okay, we're gonna take a picture now. And one of the things when they do that, they pick up all kinds of things that in theory shouldn't be in there. And so one of the ways to deal with that is to treat the water in some way. But it's a lot of water, and that usually doesn't happen. Actually, I don't know. I would be incorrect to say it usually doesn't happen. But there are protocols for how, when, and where that water is pulled into the ship and let go, because it can carry things around the world, especially since we have ships that travel fast and far, or even slow and far. And a lot of the organisms that you see, a lot of the fouling organisms around the world, start their life as plankton. They have a planktonic phase, and hence they can get sucked up in ships and moved from place to place. But here we go, look at this, Melosira. That's a pretty Melosira. Just the end, just the tip. So there's a lot of invasive or non-native species in San Francisco Bay, and so much of what's seen is in the habitats in the ecosystem are completely different from how they used to be. And it's, you know, part of it has to do with how we as humans move around the world, how we move our food around the world. And by food, I mean, you know, if you take a barrel full of I don't know, oysters or clams or something, and you try and bring them to farm them from one coast to another, one place to another, and then you dump out the water, you can be dumping out not just water, but a lot of other things too. So paying attention to what we do and how we do it is kind of important. Hides under the beds with hand sanitizer. No, it's okay. I mean, the thing is, it's a lot of what we've done is already done. And now there's managing the spaces that have been altered because of what we've done, and how we move forward in those spaces, right? What are we going to do next? How are we going to do it? But I really enjoy looking at the things that drift by, because of the variety, and it changes seasonally. It changes whether it's high tide or low tide. When the tide is coming in and flowing really strongly into the bay, we see more things from the ocean. When we see the tide flowing out strongly at the very end of that, of a really strong low tide or a low tide, there are more organisms from inside the bay that might be brackish water, or even some freshwater stuff that's just gotten pulled out. So much of California drains out through San Francisco Bay, out the mouth of the Golden Gate. What am I looking at? Melosira. There we go. There we go. And now we're going to poke around some more, so we're going to zoom out. But before we zoom out, just because it's fun, I want to see how far we can zoom in. speed it up a little here. Pick a hole, any hole. How about these ones? Slow it down just a little. We'll zoom in some more. That's what I love about the SEM. You can just keep going. So one of the things I saw was a Lingularia Larva. I was like, oh, I'd really love to see one of those, but they're probably never gonna be anywhere near where I sample. You know, you have to be out further. And one day I was tootling around in the plankton on the light microscope, and I saw one. It was so cool. Imagining like a shoe, an old-timey liquor barrel, maybe a log. Yeah, there's all kinds of things. Now, what used to drift around the oceans was definitely more things like logs and wood that would be flushed out from streams and rivers and end up drifting around in these kind of like rafts. And eventually they'd start to decompose and they'd sink. Now we have the same thing but with plastic. And those same organisms that needed that kind of drifting, floating environment to complete part of their life cycle, it's not available to them anymore. All right. Working distance. I'm looking for where it says beam intensity. Let's see, hold on. All right. I'm going to zoom out a little. So here, we're only 146,000 times zoomed in. We're going to zoom out. Speed it up a little. We'll zoom back out to 11,000 times. Happy Meal toys, right? I'm going to keep zooming out here. See what else we can find on this sample from Lake Merritt. Little Catastrophes. I really wanted to find some Dinoflagellates because they're kind of cool. All right, where can we go? We're in the middle, so we can go up towards the top. Electric Boogaloo. Hey, Fall Machine. Oh, there's that pile. I think we looked at that pile earlier here. Did we, or is this a different pile? Let's see. Oops. Gotta make my fingers do what I want them to do right at the moment. So wait, what? Oh, that doesn't help, does it? Ha! This is what I wanted to do. Focus it. Hail the new Diatom saint, then I guess. Is the person we call Diatoms simply whoever is streaming at the time? No, I am PacificPlankton. Diatoms Attack, has, you know, one of those JOBs, and is either preparing for or teaching a class. There we go. 24,000 times. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's me. Well, except, you know, Diatom's Attack is a, didn't rope you into teaching the afternoon class. Nope, I am not teaching his afternoon class. Yeah. I am definitely not teaching his afternoon class. This is way more fun. Sorry, Diatom's Attack. Let's see. Sharpen it up just a little bit, just a little bit. There. Let's see. A little pile of things. 56,000 times their actual size. You like to imagine he has the stream up in the class, big projector, huge auditorium. Yeah, then he'd be running it, not me. They're little like hot cross buns. I wish I knew what they were, though. Anybody out there? Anybody out there want to know what they are? I want to know what they are. It's funny little things. I'm in charge. I know, but I'm not really. Okay, let's do this. Because I really like them. I'm going to have 2 pictures. Speed 7. Auto brightness. Either Hottest Crust Bunnicus or Kevin. We'll call them Kevin. Here, we'll wait till it autocorrects for the brightness contrast. And then just encourages you. I like to laugh, though. It feels good, doesn't it? All right. Let's see. So I'll have 2 pictures of these crazy little things. Oop, wrong way. There we go. Bring it in. So did you win? Did you slice the things that needed slicing appropriately, Sarah Dance Painter? Because it looked like you were really slicing fast and furiously. You did? Yep. Awesome. I was saying I've never played that game, so Diatom's Attack thinks that it would be fun. All hits, no misses. That's you. I'm all misses, no hits. If there's a way to safely miss every single one, that would be me. Beat Saber, that's the game. Yes. Yeah, he has the game. He definitely has the game. But aside from the SEM and to a small extent my phone, I haven't really been near any kind of TV video game thing for the last 9 days-ish. So these definitely have more lumpy bits on them. I think they're just dirty. I don't think it has to do with their structure. Every time you encounter him, he's a new, very high-quality toy. Yeah. Well, you know, I would say he does like his toys. How do you determine what is diatom? So diatoms are made of silica. They have a silica hard part. So like glass, but probably more like opal, a biogenic silica. And then that's what they make their cell walls out of. And they're amazing, the patterns. They have little tiny holes. How do we know this is a diatom and not solid or something? Well, this is not a diatom. This is actually something else. I'm not sure what it is. And it's not sand. The difference between sand and a diatom is sand doesn't have really cool little holes in it. Oh, there you are. Thank you.
I was never here.
When are you back? What room are you in?
What?
When are you back and what room are you in? That room? Just if I, have a crisis. There happens to be an earthquake, and then I need to help rescue people. Thank you.
My class ends at
Here we go.
4:45.
All right.
I'm going to be in my office until 3:30.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
I'll be here.
Okay, I'm fun.
Yes. So much fun. Sarah Dance Painter says hi.
Hi, Sarah.
He says hi back. He did what he came to do. Indeed. I have something to drink now. Oh, you did not. You said hi. No, you didn't? Sorry. I thought you did. My bad. Not diatoms. Not diatoms. From Lake Merritt. See, now you did. Well, it's too late. He's gone now. All right. Let's see. We're going to zoom out. Speed it up. Zoom out. Here we are, zooming out. And which way are we going to go? That's the question. He's never gone. He'll wait. Okay, now, okay, well, when he comes back, I will tell him. I will communicate the hi. There we go. I don't think it's a diatom. I think it might be a dinoflagellate. I could be wrong. Hey, flagella. Goat raw. Hey, goat raw. It's a science stream. I'm live in Indiana on Diatom's attacks stream. I invaded like an invasive species. And I am I'm playing on the SEM. Oh my goodness, so much fun. Now, if I could only get one of these at home. From there. No, a ballast tank. So this is, this sample was collected on the edge of Lake Merritt. Oh, look at these ones. I'm gonna look at those up close. Pretty little diatoms. Look at that. Look at that little diatom pile. Sometimes it's fun to see the messy ones. There's like a diatom on a diatom on a diatom on a diatom. Let's see, right about there. A little bigger. And I'm gonna nudge it just a little that way. Maybe a tiny bit more. There we go. You can't just drag that SEM back in your carry-on luggage. Yeah. No, I travel light, and I do only take carry-on luggage, so this kind of wouldn't fit. And even if I did ship it, it would be difficult because then you need, you know, a contract with somebody to actually do like the whole setup thing. Let's see, we're gonna go. I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, I know, it's amazing, absolutely amazing stuff. Actually, here, hold on. I'm just gonna zoom way in and focus on something small, right? Like here. See if I can get that to focus a little bit more. Nope. So we're really close right now. Right now we're only at 86,000 times magnification. So, you know, if it's on a nightstand of a really big bed, hey, Shadowfax. They have it on a 20 picnic table. I like that. Look, oh, here you can see like cross section, like a broken bit of the diatom, and you can see how it's put together on the inside there. I like that. And here, let's see. I'll slow it down a little so I can spend a little time focusing it. See, the more you practice, the better you get. But, let's see. That's probably as good as I'm gonna get it. Yeah, he's gonna have to help me adjust things because I can see it's like off a little. Or maybe I zoomed instead of focused when I went between them. All right, let's zoom back out. It's almost a, what is it? Modern art piece. How are you doing, Shadowfax? I'll go just a little bit faster, make sure it's in the right place. But I didn't zoom out too far. I can zoom in just a little bit more. Have it really fill that window. There we go. And then, let's see, speed 7, auto brightness. I think the table came for free with the microscope. You know, if you can afford the $160,000 or whatever for the microscope, the table's free. We include the table. Is there a criteria for how to tell visually it's a diatom? Yes. Here, I am going to take a picture of this and I can talk about it. So there are some things that it's actually hard to tell if they're diatoms. They have similar look and structures. So one of the things you can do is you can do an elemental analysis to see if it's actually silica. Because if it's not silica, then it's not a diatom, even if it looks like a diatom on the outside. And some people who look at really ancient samples, so like if I just like scoop some diatoms off the bottom of a creek bed or with a plankton net from a lake, I can be pretty sure if I see it alive and then I see it dead, if it's got chloroplasts and then it has the silica structure, then it's a diatom. If, however, all you have is like little broken bits, it can be harder to tell. So this is a pile of diatoms, things that give it away. Right? Diatoms have this structure where they'll have one valve or one face, one kind of half, and then they have a half on the opposite side. And those two halves, those two valves, are connected by something called girdle bands. That's like these bits here that wrap around. Diatoms have holes or areolae, pore fields. They have openings in the silica that allows stuff to go one way or the other, depending. And they often, there's some that are asymmetric, but they're often symmetrical. Yeah, holes are actually really important part of the whole diatom thing. But the silica cell wall, they are, when they're alive, they have chloroplasts because they photosynthesize, but not all. There are exceptions to every rule. So, mostly, no, there are asymmetric diatoms, but a lot of the ones that I see are symmetric. I say mostly. I should probably look it up and see. Anonymous cheer. Thank you, Anonymous. And Anonymous. I really like this picture. It's a nice pile. Because it has, so these here, this one with the two little newt things sticking out, that's actually another diatom on top of a diatom on top of a diatom in the diatom pile. Hey, Studio Cornix, right? Isn't that beautiful? I think it's really beautiful. I want one hanging from the ceiling in my bedroom. It's got the newt things. This one is a diatom. Gotta remember to put the notes in. Alright. So this is going to be Thalassiosyra. Except it's a pile of Thalassiosyra. we go. We'll close that. All right, zoom out, zoom out. Speed up, zoom out. Go left, go right, go down. Wait, back up. Yes, Studio met us. It was so much fun. So much fun. It's at Diatom camp. Let's see, have I gone up? I can't remember if I went up. We'll go up. Going up. Going once. Going twice. So these are the little Catosauros that we've been seeing. There was a little bloom of these guys. These ones. This is a diatom. It's actually only half of a valve. It's just the top half here. Let's see. And I would go a little closer. Wrong button. I'll try that again. There we go. Now I can try and get that a little more into focus. The other way. Almost. Let me get it nice and sharp. Parkerzilla, hello. You're gonna brag about it for a while? I've been bragging to my family about it. I'm like, I met my friend. These are my internet friends. We met on the internet. Zoom out. Speed it up a little. All right. Let's see here. What happens? Zoom out just a little bit. Smith. All right, let's see, maybe down just a little. Okay. Tiny bit closer. There we go. Okay, speed 7. Auto balance. Very good sciencing. I'm glad you like the sciencing. Sciencing is so much fun. Internet friends. All right. And it's still, I didn't mess up the focus. I didn't accidentally touch the focus and be like, huh, this is the zoom button? No, I think we're good. We're going to acquire the image. Image acquiring. Acquiring image in progress. I get to have a sip of my caffeinated drink. So one of the things I was doing during lunch is I went and I rinsed the digested samples that I brought with. So what we're looking at here are undigested or live samples. And after, when Diatom's attack comes back, I don't think I can get in the lab without him. I've got the digested samples on stubs. So we can try that. Be very cool. Let's see. Wait, You're better than this. Don't think you are. Know you are. It's a good quote. You're no scientician. Don't eat and digest the samples. Uncooked diatom tartar. Hello. Diatom tartar. So diatoms have been in toothpaste, and they're in filter material people use for filtering pools and beer. Diatoms are in a lot of things. They're kind of everywhere there's water on the planet, just about. There will be diatoms. And I would say water and sunlight, but you know what? There's probably diatoms that grow someplace without sunlight. So they're kind of amazing. But they are intricate and beautiful, and they have this hard silica bit, which makes it lovely to look at them with a scanning electron microscope. That setae looks like it's in a spiral. I just realized. I'm going to try and zoom in on that one. These ones, when I look at them under the light microscope, all I see is really this little bit here, a little bit of chloroplast inside, maybe even just one, probably two, but maybe one. And then these here are such fine little extensions, those setae, that they mostly disappear. Diatomaceous earth, yep, diatomaceous earth is a thing. You have skeletons sprinkled around. Oh, yes, they do. They ward off pests. It's a good thing. All right, so this is. All right. So because we can, and we're on an SEM today, I'm gonna speed it up a little, and we're gonna zoom in. Oh, hey, studio, watch this. This is, oops, no, I gotta slow it down just a little bit faster. Here we go. Are you ready? Here's some. Isn't that fun? You can play with it. I know. Using 100,000, ludicrous speed. Right? Okay. Let's see if I can get this to focus any more than it is. I think it needs adjusting. Yeah. Alright, we'll speed it up a little. The tiny world is terrifying? Ah, sharp shards pierce the cuticle between the joints of the insects, and all their precious goo leaks out. Extremely metal. Yeah, I'm gonna immediately stop my exercise and get big. Well, there's different, you know. Let's see. I kind of want to see what this looks like up close, but I want to see what the ones that are digested look like up close. So, they're little opal sculptures. They are hydrated silica. They're so pretty. All right, we're going to slow this down just a little bit, maybe not quite that much. What did he do? He did... can move it around. And I can change its size. If I just want to look at one spot. Shiny and rainbow and kind of glue almost. It is. It's true. Not so much... So the rainbow bit tends to come for me when they're more oh, look, it's like drifting to the right. Ah. I'm gonna have to zoom out. All this zooming in and out. All right, slow it down just a little bit. Just a little bit, not quite that much. There we go. And then I can zoom out and we can go explore some more. Look at that great big diatom. So diatom, tiny, tiny. Diatom, massive. Right, but they're both diatoms. They are. Let's see. Amazing. Right, it is amazing. I have to go slow enough so I can see what I'm looking at. Fast enough so that I don't waste all my time zooming in and out. Right? There we go. It's another one of those Catastrophes. Still want to find some Dinoflagellates though. It's another one of those Catastrophes. One here. And going up. What do you Google if you want to see? Oh, what they look like alive? If you want to see what they look like alive, I have a YouTube channel with some of my videos of them live, or you can follow Studio Cornix, because Studio Cornix also does have them live. I will be back in San Francisco and also hopefully be having them live. This is the dark side. Welcome to the dark side. Everything here is dead. We'll be looking at the dead skeletons of spectacularly beautiful organisms for the next however long I can allow to stream. Oh, that's a cute little diatom. But it's covered in muck. Maybe. Oh, that's a big bounding box. Let's see. We'll make that smaller, like that. Slow it down. Give it a little focus. Just a little focus. Too far. Let's see. Okay. Right. Oh, thank you, Studio. If you yoink it now, you can have a 20-minute head start to the airport. No, part of the problem is I do have to go to the airport tomorrow. Jumpslick, hello, welcome. You know, the bot's not working. Nothing's really working because we're, you can see why there's all of this like empty space in the graphics area where there's usually really amazing Diatom's attack stuff. Because he has all of his stuff with him because he's teaching, you know, that whole job thing. Oh, in theory, my other stubs are dry now, but I don't think I can get work for jerks. No. Work is good. Work's important. The trick is to find work you love, or work that lets you do things you love, and then it's all good, right? Right? Train, bird. Let's see, go a little faster so we can get it positioned right. I don't think I took a picture of this one. Guess we'll find out. Okay, rotation. Let's see, we're going to give it 5 degrees, so we'll make it 65. And I'm in the rotation thing. I'm in the right one. And then zooming out a little to find what I was looking at. There it is. It's almost right. Let's see. Almost. That can cause things to appear on screen. The trigger words. Normally, yes, there are things like that. Diatoms and diatoms. Correct. Let's see. Am I going the wrong way? I'm trying to go that way. So let's see. Let's try 75. And I'm in the rotation one. I'm in the right one. And zoom out to find what I was looking for. Let's see if I went the right way. There it is. Oh yeah, that'll be good. Hey. Look at those beautiful diatoms. All right. I think I like it. Kirby road ahead. All right, let's see. I'm gonna pick a spot. I'm gonna zoom in. And let's see if I can eke any more focus. Nope. Maybe. No, too far. Going back the other way. Yeah, right about there. Okay. Almost. That looks pretty good. It's gonna be like, send him back. Speed, we're gonna go speed 7. I'm gonna auto brightness. Look at that, spaghetti. And then when it's done with the auto brightness, I'll take a picture and then relax. Till the next picture. There's always more pictures. I should sit up. Here we go. There we go. Now it'll be drawing a picture. Drawing a picture. Rendering an image. Although I have to see, we're zoomed in pretty close, so we're at 50,000 times. It's not bad. It's not bad. It'll do in a pinch. Let's see if I have any of my coffee left to finish my coffee before I switch to something chilled. If you sneak in some plankton time on the SEM, we won't tell diatoms. Well, so these are diatoms that were collected from the plankton. Diatoms are in the plankton. Diatoms are everywhere. They can be in the plankton. They can be in the benthos on the bottom. They can be on animals. They can be on grains of sand. They can grow on stalks. They can live in tubes. They can be all spiky. lots and lots of options. I'm gonna fax you a cat. Man, it's just diatoms all the way down, right? It is. It is diatoms all the way down. I'm gonna fax you a cat. A cat. But we could find a diatom that looked like a cat, or a part of a diatom that looks like a cat. Nitzia. This is a Nitzia. Nitzia? Pseudonitzia? Nitzia. They look so different here. Tiny nightmare terrors are on her. Aww. Yeah, diatom layers at the bottom of the ocean are super deep. We have a guest. Okay, almost. Totally diatoms all the way down. So I listened to an interesting talk on organisms that live in places like in the crust and in sediments, and they have not yet observed them like divide or reproduce, and for something that small and that tiny, it's kind of crazy. In a pizza crust? Well, you could mix it into it. If the pizza crust was left out, things would grow in it always, right? No? This is... There we go. Okay. A little faster. Just a little bit faster now. I'm going to zoom out. Zoom. Maybe too much. A little bit too fast. Something in between. Maybe right about there. Small amounts wouldn't hurt you, but they don't help you either. Well, it's like most things, right? Orchitoceros. All right, we're gonna go to another stub because we can. Let's see if I zoom way out on this. Going to the top. That's right, I rotated. It's like trying to remember where I was. Here's the edge, I believe. Yep, that's the edge of the stub. The machined bits. Alright, hold on. We'll go this way. This way, I don't think we went that way. Did we? And we'll try a different stub. There's one of those crazy things. Alright, studio. Help me out. We've got crazy little things. Maybe this one's better to look at. Did you see this before? The one with the stem, yes. Although it's not a stem. Stem is made of vascular tissue. This is one single cell of something. This one actually looks slightly more complete than the other ones we've seen. Northern reticulated crazy thing. There we go. Look at that. It's got this, which slow it down just a tiny bit. I know, right? Huh? What's this? Did you see this? Did you? Because it's kind of wacky. It's like someone's like, oh, let's put a dreidel in the plankton. It's got to be some type of spore or something. Let's see. I'm gonna auto brighten it because it's getting kind of washed out here. And then I think this is just a piece of a diatom that got squinched on it. It has, look at the patterning there, right? It doesn't have little holes. We can go closer and check out the holes. You have not seen this. This is so fascinating. You have to go, oh, go raw. I am so glad you stopped by. I haven't been streaming in a long time, and I don't have all the cool controls. But if anybody's a streamer here and you're not following them, you should follow them because it's incredibly important to support streamers, I think. So we're going to zoom in on this because, like, wow, right? And we can. So we're just going to go with where we are. And let's see, slow it down, just speed it up, slow it down. Right, there's no holes. I don't think it's just dirty. Aww, Gora, thank you for gifting that. Could it be a phytolith? It is not a phytolith. Right? It's like, ooh, it's a phytolith. No, there seems to be enough of them, and they're not phytolithy, unless you think, like, what phytolith type would you think it is? I think it's more like some type of a spore-ish thing. Too far back the other way. There we go. But yeah, there's no holes. If we look at the, let's see. We're going to go back the other way. Sorry. This is, yeah, it's too opaque. So this is part of a diatom that's squinched onto it. We can look at that if you want. But there's, if we look here maybe, bring that to the center. I love these little, wrong way. We're going to zoom way in. Just slow it down again. I'm like that person who drives the car and you're like, and they're like, rrr, 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 right? Let me do that. Hello?
How's this going?
Oh, I have a question for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah? Are you, do you have a moment?
Got about 12 moments.
12 moments. All right. Let's see. Let's zoom back out.
What are we looking at?
Oh, we're looking at that little spore thing I was showing Shelly.
Oh.
Let's see here.
That thing.
That thing. Right. But, let's see. Zooming out.
Is it a diatom question? Or is it a question about sport?
No, it's a question about the SEM thing. Because it looks like it, well, aside from when I'm moving it. Hold on, let me find a diatom. Here. Right, when I go to, like, wrong button, darn it. When I go to focus on the diatoms, it looks like it
You're gonna
goes.
sell out the manual car to keep it up.
I know, I was just joking about that.
What are you trying to do?
It, like, shifts.
Oh, it's drifting a little bit?
Yeah.
Usually I do a heating adjustment to solve that. If
Okay.
you're really close, it'll drift.
Uh-huh.
So I usually do this.
Okay. Cool.
And then sometimes it fixes it.
All right.
Sometimes it doesn't. It might make the picture look a little bit better though. So it's like adjusting the heating for the filament.
Okay. Sweet. Oh,
How's it going otherwise?
it's going fine. It's fun. I think people are doing all right. How's everybody doing? Fern spore. Ooh, Studio Cornix. Interesting.
Ferns.
Fern spore.
That's what she thinks you're looking at?
No, she thinks the, like, oops. What am I doing?
What's happening?
I'm trying to get back to chat. Yeah, you're funny. There we go. I'm like, go away. There we go. It's managing.
What's that say? Gifted a tier 1 sub.
Yeah, go Ra. Goat Raw gave Shadowfax a sub.
Go Raw. Hi, Go Raw. How's it
Goat-
going?
I think Goat Raw had to go. Goat Raw
did
had to go.
Goat Raw come in with somebody's raid or something?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I probably
Look
missed
how
something.
sharp that looks. Also, it switched your beam intensity back up to 10. So you might want to lower it back down to 7 if you don't want it that bright. Or if you want to zoom in.
If I want to zoom in, I should lower it down. Okay.
Yeah, or
so,
take a picture, 7.7, remember?
okay.
Click on the beam intensity button. Well, the text where it says beam intensity.
Here?
Well, just the text here.
Here.
Yeah, where it says beam intensity. Clicky. This one.
Okay.
Click.
Here, 10. Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
It was on 5, so you were zoomed, way in before we left.
Yeah.
We never
okay.
put it back out to 7,
So 7.
which means the pictures will be a little cleaner probably
Okay. Thank you.
at distance.
How are your moments going? Oh. Afterwards, I'll get the other stubs.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
After class?
Yeah.
Then we have a little bit of time because there's swimming and stuff going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta go lead a discussion.
Discuss well.
I'll do my best. It's been a discussion.
I know. Semantics. Gonna align vocabulary and words. Okay, there we go. Yay. Yeah, well, it's not actually for him. The money's not for him, right? He invests it back into his students, which is really a lovely, wonderful thing to do. What was I doing? Oh, we were gonna go to another stub. Did we do 5? We did 5. Let's see. Gonna stall out the manual transmission. That's what I'm gonna do. It's my little dreidels. They're all over the place. Oh, you need to help your mom with chores. Oh, thank you so much for stopping in, studio. Back in a while. Great, we'll be here, most likely. Hours to go, because, I gotta squeak out every bit of SEM time I can possibly get. Because it's so fun. All right, we're gonna tootle around some of the marine stuff, though, in a moment. I mean, like the heavy-duty marine stuff. Because I want to see if there's any dinoflagellates in the other stuff that I brought. There might be. You never know. We're taking big giant jumps here, going quickly around, because we can. Okay, we're gonna go to stub number 1 for funsies. There we go. Look at all these marine diatoms. It's wild and crazy. So much to see. So little time. All right, curious about this one. Because it's kind of wedge-shaped. I'll zoom in on it. Oh, there's a radiolarian tucked in here. Look at all these little, like, hat box shapes. Of course, people don't get hats anymore, so. Look at that. Diatom tucked up in with the other diatoms. Let's see here. I wonder if I could go closer and focus like on one of these. Let's see. Maybe here. Let's see. How sharp can I get it? Ooh, pretty sharp. Right about there. There we go. That's better. I'll zoom out. Take a picture of this. Oops, too far. Filling the space. I could practice my rotation. Let's see. We're going to rotate it. I'll take it back to, let's see, its rotation. How about instead of 55, we'll try. There we go. Ooh, smooth, right? Looks kind of smooth. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. Okay, we're gonna zoom in a bit more. Almost. Right about here. Make sure I didn't mess everything up with what I just did. There we go. Okay, speed 7. Auto brightness. Jonathan Gamescast, hello, welcome. I am PacificPlankton, and I am invading Diatom's attack stream today. I am live in Indiana for fun and games on the SEM. Today only, because then I fly away. And here we go. Take a picture. Let's see. I am well. Things are good. I'm in Indiana. I'm on a scanning electron microscope. Like, it's amazing. I can't believe I'm here. I went to Diatom camp, otherwise known as the North American Diatom Symposium. Met Studio Coronex in the flesh. That was amazing. Got to meet some of my Diatom heroes out there, taxonomists and people who've written papers and books and stuff that I'm like, oh, I've read that, or oh, I want to read that. And that was a lot of fun. And now I'm getting to use a scanning electron microscope thanks to Diatom's attack, and I'm streaming it live from Diatom's attack's account. So I am I've invaded, and here I am. And now we're taking pictures of everything I can take pictures of on the samples I have up, because I'm going to run out of time, and I won't run out of space for picture taking. I have a thumb drive, a little USB drive I brought with, so. All right, my coffee is officially gone. There we go. This is pretty. It's a nice pillow. Look at that. Glasses. Glasses are important. And the one above it? How beautiful. Drone hands, hey. So much fun. And we're not even that zoomed in right now. 2,000 times, I think is what I'm reading, if I'm reading that right. It's good stuff, though. We can go closer. Lots closer. I just wanted to take this picture. It looks very highly silicified. And it's going to ask me what to call it. Is it Cosnodiscus granii? I do not know. Probably. Alright, it's a diatom. I know that. Alright. There we go. And zoom out, speed up. Let's speed up and zoom out, and we're gonna see what else we can find in here. I'm hoping for dinoflagellates, so we're gonna scan a little bit more slowly. There's a really neat little radiolarian here. Go a little bit faster, there we go. So that's pretty. And then we're going to zoom out a little more. Lots of centric diatoms, a lot of these round diatoms, really neat round diatoms. But look here, it's another tintinid. This here, either radiolarian or silicoflagellate. I don't know them that well. Radiolarians here. What else? What else? What else? Oh, look at that little Odontelle tucked in there. Well, there'll be some of those on the other one. Just want to have a peek. We're going. We're going to zoom in because we can. It's different than the other ones we had looked at. The other ones we looked at, these were much shorter structures, and if I actually get it into focus here, you can see these areolae are different. These have like little cups on top of them. The other ones had ridges around them. This one is maybe mobilensis? Not sure. Of course, a lot of them aren't Odontella anymore. They've been moved to a different genus. Let's see here. It's only half. It's only this like one half here. The other half is not. It's not with us. But let's see. I bet we could look at the tip. No, we'll look at this tip. Let's see what we see. Wrist and pepperonis. Let's see here. Sharpen this up just a little bit. Look at that. There we go. Little ocelli, or pseudo-ocelli. Doesn't have a neat ridge around it. I'm trying to remember. Does that makes it a pseudo-ocelli? I have to check with Diatoms of North America. I wonder if we can see inside. Can we see inside? How close can we go? Now we're getting there. We're like 107,000 times. We're getting there. Let's see. A little sharper. Is it still going to be blurry? Yeah, it's still a little blurry. We're just a little too close. So we'll zoom out and see what else we can see here. Let's see what else we can see. Oh, here we go. Hello. Oh, it's another kind of tintinid. I don't know if I have a picture of this kind. Okay, we're going to rotate. gonna check. I'm in the rotation thing, so that's good. And we'll pick a spot with go a little closer. Focus this. There we go. Let's see here. We're really close now. Closer? No, we'll zoom out. There we go. All right, speed 7, auto brightness, and then picture. Actually, I kind of like the brightness. I should have left it. Too late now. I already asked the computer to do its work. It is pretty, isn't it? Looks like a kind of tintinid. Lots of different types of tintinids. Tintinids have loricas. Loricas, their kind of hard part. So it's an agglutinated lorica. The lorica is the name, like you wouldn't say shell because, oops, I think I did something wrong. Let's see. Bring that back out. I'm going to do this. So there we go. Carapace, lorica. I mean, that's the term that's used because it's a single-celled organism that has a shell-like structure that it agglutinates or glues stuff to, like the matrixy bit that it creates. So, yeah, it's like really precise words, but it's like a shell. Basically, it's like a shell. It would have little wiggling hairs called cilia sticking out that bottom end. And one of the things they do is they sometimes have diatoms in their loricas because they glue bits of things that are broken and in their environment. It's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. How can it have hairs? So they're hair-like structures. Sorry, I don't mean to make your brain hurt. Cilia are like hairs. They're little wiggling hair-like structures. So someday, maybe you can I'll stream again and you can see my stream from San Francisco and you'll see these alive and swimming around. And they have a little ring of cilia around their mouth-like structure. I say mouth-like because it's not a mouth. And I say hair-like because they're not hair. They're cilia. And when it zooms around, kind of like a little Roomba, and pulls particles. I'm like talking to my chat, like you guys can see what I'm doing over there. Pulls particles into its oral opening where it can digest them, and it also uses those to help move it around. But I think this one's really pretty. There's some really neat tintinids out there. Food hole. There we go. I would say pie hole, but it's too small for pie. And it does have a piece of the diatom stuck to it way up here at the top. You can see that little pattern there. So it did use diatom bits and sand grain bits. Maybe another diatom bit there. This is not a diatom. This is a tintinid. There we go. All right, so we're going to zoom out again. and speed up again. But let's see. Okay. It's the whole unicellular thing can also have things in them, on them. It just breaks your brain. But then a cell is not the smallest thing to exist. No, there are things smaller than cells. Viruses and prions, things like that are smaller than cells. And some cells are really huge. So just because it's a single cell doesn't mean it's tiny. It means it can be really tiny. Bacteria are cells. No, you forgot about. I know, right? There's always something. Always something more. It gets wilder and crazier. So where are we headed? We were heading down, weren't we? I think, or to the side. We're gonna go down. Going down. Going down. Scanning for dinoflagellates. You're probably thinking atoms. Yeah, they're those too. Those are smaller, but typically atoms aren't alive. I mean, they make things up. Everything's made up of atoms. This would be really pretty. We're just going to look at it for a minute, maybe less, depending on how long it takes me to focus. But isn't that pretty? It's really pretty. Really, really pretty. See? Oh, there are things that are smaller than atoms. Quarks are smaller than atoms. Electrons, neutrons, protons, right? Smaller than atoms because they make up atoms. So, zoom it out. Yeah, but those are physics questions. It's best not to ask me physics questions, because then I just start like going, ooh, that's an interesting idea. Tell me more. Any physics people in the house? Anything smaller than an electron? Yeah, electrons are super tiny. Wouldn't quarks, you know, top charm, what do they call them now? The little quark, the subatomic particles. There we go. Oh man, subatomic particles. Let's get back on the stub. Wait, what was this? Is this the one we were looking at before? No, that's a little thing there and there. I think that it's actually... let's see. Okay. We're going to zoom in on this. The guy with the bar on Deep Space Nine. Quark! That's right. Wrong way. We're going in. Yes, Quark's bar. Here we go, little holes. Put those little holes into focus. Let's see. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just the angle it's on that's making it look different. I think it's a lithidesmium. Let's see here. It's a type of diatom, and it's chained together with others of its kin. There we go. Now we zoom out, it'll be in focus. Right, it has this little bulb out there. It's got its little newt bit. Let's see here, center. A little bit smaller. things look so different. So in the light microscope, you would see structures inside, but the silica here is definitely smoother. Okay. How do these make baby diatoms? Oh dear. Okay, well, I'm not going to do the whole diatom sex thing, but in general, they have two methods. One is they divide and make copies of themselves, so they clone themselves as they go. But because of their silica hard parts, they do get a little bit smaller every time because the silica, right, fits together. And if it has to make a new clone or another version of itself inside of its existing hard parts, right, they have to grow in here and then they'll grow in here, and they get a little bit smaller each time they grow until they get so small it's the bottom of their size range. They can't do it anymore. Then there's diatom sex, and then they make a huge cell, do this oxospore, and then they have an initial valve, which is like a really giant version of themselves, like the massive babies. And then they start the whole process over again of dividing and dividing and dividing and dividing. It is kind of crazy. Right, we're going to keep moving. I'm going to zoom out because I think this is just the same one we've been looking at. I like it. It's pretty, but moving on. I want to see if there's any dinoflagellates. I was hoping I might get one or two, but you know. There's another one of those little hat ones. What does the cloning do to the gene pool? They just copy themselves. Crabs experience any developmental abnormalities that alter their form? Extra fingers in humans? Yes. Teratological deformations? Malformations? Ooh, there's a fun one. And we're going to go here. And they do. They do have problems like that. Where there are errors or mistakes. They have issues. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Take it to the middle. Genomically it works because they're basically in charge. Okay. So I want this to go a little bit further that way. So we're going to take it to check and make sure I'm in the rotation one. That's where I want to be. There we go. Give it a little bit of a tilt. Could go a little further. Still in the rotation field. 110, let's see. Let's see what I did. There we go. That'll work. Are there any that are extinct that we've been able to find? Oh yeah, tons. Well, tons. There are a lot of extinct diatoms. Diatomists study them in layers of sediment, and it can tell them stories about the past that can help us into the future. It's pretty amazing. In fact, Diatom's Attack is a paleolimnologist, and he actually uses diatoms from core samples from the past to tell the story of the place. And so do some students in his lab. It's really cool. Yeah, not just a regular nerd, king nerd. Yeah, only the best nerds. Here we are. And we'll zoom out, get a nice picture. Let's see. Oh, I moved it a little when I did that, didn't I? Here. Too far? Just a little too far. Here. Wrong way. So I think it's like an odontella, but let's do this. We're gonna go speed 7, auto brightness. Saint Nerd, hey, that's right. Core samples, exactly. So what they do is they can drill down into layers of sediment, into layers of ice, into the ground. Maybe there's no lake there now. Maybe there was a lake there 100,000 years ago or 1,000,000 years ago. And if there was water, most likely there were diatoms. So then they can look at that. And the cool thing is diatoms have these hard parts, right? The silica stuff, and it preserves, which means you can look at them and then you can tell things about them. And that's, I'm ready to take a picture. Let's take this picture. The things you can tell about the environment are really cool. You can tell, was it a deep body of water or a shallow body of water? Was it hot or cold? Was it salty or sweet, right? There are all these things you can tell, and then you can, if you know how to decode, right, all, not just like one diatom, like, oh, this is a diatom, and we always find it in salty environments, but the combinations of organisms that live or lived together or that settled over time in the same place. You can learn a lot about the place that you're looking at. Anyway, it's really cool. Salty, right? They are their own rocks. Like 20 years. It is really detailed. It's super cool. There is a real storytelling component because you need to be able to look at all the pieces and understand how they all fit together. And I wish I could. It takes a lot of practice and knowledge. Dare I say wisdom. But I like them. I look at modern stuff. I look at the things that drift by. So this from San Francisco Bay just happened to be in the water that day when I had my net out there, and I took the sample. I collected it in a net and a cod end, let it settle, and slurped it off with a pipette, stuck it in a little container, rinsed it with a little hydrogen peroxide so it wouldn't be too stinky in my baggage, and brought it here to Indiana. And now it's on a scanning electron microscope for people to see. All right, let's see. Glasses and chat. Yeah, they can vary. So circles to rectangles to this thing, right? And it's the same diatoms. They're diatoms. Kings play chess on fine grained sand. Correct. No, there are no backbones here. I need them bifocals, eh? Yeah, my reading glasses are important. If I want to see things clearly, and I really like to see things clearly. I do. I really do. And I want to look at the tip of one of these points. The ocellus. The little pores on the tips. All right, this is not a tension. This is a diatom. All right. There we go. Let's see. So which tip are we going to look at? We're going to look at top or bottom. Let's go a little bit faster. Bring this to the middle. And let's see. I'm going to zoom in. Look at that. There we go. So it goes, so the genus would be like Cattosaurus, and then the species would be Socialis. If you look on Google, they will tell you. Right. So I want to get a picture of this. Speed 7. Auto brightness, because it's a little bit bright now. I think I focused it as much as I can. 38,000 times. Let's see. There we go. Just a little bit sharper, maybe. Too far. That's pretty good. Okay, so speed 7 and picture. There we go. Okie doke. They got reasons for everything, these scientists. I know, right? They do, these scientists. Psh. Reasons here, reasons there. Language is important. What you say matters. Oversimplify. Bad idea. No. Yes? Maybe. It's really cool. But yeah, there's specific names for each of the different parts of the diatom. There's a website you can go to, diatoms.org, and it is an amazing resource if you want to learn more about diatoms. It'll explain to you more about diatoms. In fact, if it's working, I can't remember what Diatom's attack has for his like quick, what are they? Quick, exclamation point diatoms or whatever. Anyway, he usually has one that points you at diatoms of North America. What does this say? Reading is fundamental. Is there any specific reason you look at the tips? So, you see these little holes here on the end? They're different on different kinds of diatoms. Some diatoms have these, some don't, and the ones that have them will often stick together in little chains, and they use these little openings here on the tips to hang on to each other using their using material that oozes out of their cell. Zintas. Professor Stone looks very different today, indeed. In fact, this is PacificPlankton. Hello. Welcome. Bubba Binks. Thank you for lurking and listening. So I like to look at the ends where they hold on to each other, because sometimes that can tell me more about a thing. And also sometimes I just think they look really cool there. How they connect to each other, I find fascinating, personally. A lot of times when I look at them in light microscopes, I can see that they're linked up together, right? They're these like bits that are stuck together, but there's no way I can see any kind of detail about how they're doing that or what those connecting areas look like. And so this like crazy opportunity I have here, thanks to Diatom's attack, I'm able to do that. I'm able to peek into a part of the world that I would normally not be able to peek into. I'm going to speed it up and zoom it out. Diatoms are interesting like that, aren't they? Pretty darn amazing. So, still on the hunt for dinoflagellates. No luck so far. So what's the new hotness in the diatom fandom? What's the latest scientific controversy? Revelations. Some of the oldest diatoms may not actually be diatoms. The record of ancient diatoms. So a long time ago, when people were initially studying diatoms, they were looking at materials, and we've learned a lot since then about, one, how to preserve the materials we look at, two, how not to contaminate the samples of the stuff that we're looking at with modern things, and we have the ability to do something called elemental analysis, which is where we can actually determine what the stuff is, what it's made of, to know that, oh, that's silica and not something else. So early diatomists would look at things and they wouldn't have the same advantages we do with all the new tools and understanding. So something's buzzing. Is that me buzzing? No, I don't think so. Ah, well. So they may be single-celled microorganisms? Well, they might not. Some of the earliest diatoms may not, the ones that are documented, may not actually be diatoms. It doesn't mean there weren't diatoms around then. It just means that they might not have been the ones that were documented. Anyway, I understand the idea behind it, but I haven't read the paper. It sounds really cool, though. Yeah, diatoms are cool. This one's got like a jagged edge where it got punched in. All right. I posted these things we call human bones are not in fact human bones. They'd be run out of academia franchise, they would. Well, so if you had just chunks of bone, maybe, from a long time ago, and then you were trying to prove that they were human bones, a long time ago you might say they were found in an area where we found other human bones. But if you didn't save a piece of it and your documentation of where that space was before global positioning systems, right? How would someone be able to follow in your footsteps and find what you found and understand it better? I don't know. Now I'm just positing. All right, let's see here. We'll go this way. Sponge spicule. Like how the old-timey doctors would be like, "Aw, thanks for the follow. Digital Duck. Hello. De Quinley. You have too much fire in your blood. You need to drink bark." Right? We learn. You know, we learn from the past. And sometimes, you know, one of the wonderful things that we can do is we can go back and look at what was talked about in the past, or what was found, and maybe see it with fresh eyes. And tools. Oh, look, there's a radiolarian. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit more because I'm going really slow here. I'm having so much fun, though. I don't want it to stop. Can I stay? All right, where am I? There we go. We're going this way. Look at those Diatom. It's thinner on the edge. Less stuff on the edge. Rabble, 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 rabble. Yeah, but boy, does the past not let go without a fight? Perhaps that's what makes us human. Yeah, the past. I mean, oh, silicoflagellate. Dictyoka. Let's see. There we go, pretty little one. It's got junk on it, though. There we go, isn't that pretty? Little silicoflagellate. Junk. Yeah, this bit here is junk. If it was clean, it would just be a framework of this silica. And we would see kind of this pattern here repeated, you know, here, my guess. that's what it would look like. In its trunk. Yep, it definitely has some junk there. It's so crazy. Yeah, the variation, like the variety of stuff. Life is amazing. And actually the sample is kind of a, almost a monoculture of all of these like centric diatoms. There's just so many of them. So many. A little Odontella there. Let's see. But no dinoflagellates. I think this was like what we saw before. Let's see. Yeah. It's just another lithodesmium. Let's see. Maybe what's that? Oh, it's another one of those. It's a Paralia, methinks. I think. All right. Some humans said 16 arms were 3 inches tall, or rectangles, or whatever. Right? It'd be fun. All kinds of crazy humans. I mean, we're kind of boring. Bilateral symmetry. It would be fun. It would be so much fun. Can you imagine? These humans have 3 legs. It could be fun. We can barely deal with it. Well, yes. But it's an amazing place. Maybe I read too much science fiction. I think I got a picture of one of these crystalline entities. So we have 2 different kinds of tentinids. Odontella. We have that funny Odontella with the little stubby arms. We have the one with the long skinny arms. The age-old philosophical question is... Oh, here. This one might be interesting. What's the age-old philosophical question? Look at that. Radiolarian. Does form beget function? Does form beget function? Or do they just co-evolve? Would those 3 arms always be required to do manual labor? Or would they have an extra hand for art all the time? Right? The philosopher Megatron once said. What did the philosopher Megatron once say? All right. Look at that one. I think we looked at that one. But this one, did we look at this one? I'm like, did we look at this one? Oh, there's another tintinid here. Let's look at that one. I'm like on a tintinid kick. Where do the 3-armed humans fall in a world where 20-armed people exist? Oh, I think it's a thing in one of the knowledge economy. That's a good question. Let's see here. Look at that. It's another tintinid. It's like stuck right up against a diatom there. And it's got diatoms stuck in it there. And probably there. All right, so I'm going to go I'm gonna make it, let's say, there we go. And I'm in the rotation field. There we go. Just checking. Oh yeah, I like that. Make it a little bit bigger. Nope, wrong way. If your robot mode doesn't have hands, can you ever be a doctor? Well, at some point, we're probably going to be like, I don't want a human operating on me. I only want a robot operating on me. Humans' hands are just like, you know, they'll shake or they can move imperfectly. Right? That can be an issue. You have to be a good doctor. I don't know. We could ask the good doctor. Right. I'm going to zoom in and focus. Let's see. Here. 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 Look at that. Look at all the stuff it stuck to itself. Bits of different types of diatoms all tucked in. It's kind of cool. Where does someone with bad vision fit in? Well, if the robot that they were using to operate on somebody had perfect vision, right? But they have the knowledge, I don't know. These are questions beyond my capacity to think about right now, because I'm trying to remember. I focused, we're good there, so we're going to go speed. Hold on. Speed 7. I just did speed 7, and brightness. We're going to auto brightness. Looks like a hotel lobby. All right. All right, it's like superheroes. Where does someone with bad vision fit in society if there's people who can see through walls? I think there's room for everybody. It looks like a hotel. In this essay, we will. Full liberal arts there for a minute. Never go full humanities. Could be a little bit frightening. Okay. There. I think that'll be good. Let's take a picture. Get another. So that's going to be Tintinid variety number 3. There we are. Okay. I'm always curious what's in the samples. It's fun to see them live. It's fun to see them dead. I don't know, it's pretty much fun to see them all the time. All right, but no dinoflagellates yet. Tintinids, diatoms, silicaflagellates, radiolarians, crystalline entities, but yeah, no dinoflagellates. Dear me. Cheers. Yeah, I think there's some really good pictures today. Loving the details. Isn't it fun? So this is a snapshot of what was drifting in the water on one day at one time. Because that's where I collected it. In a net. See, there's diatoms all mixed in there. I see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe 5 different types of diatom bits all glued together. Could be more. 6. Stuff. It's got some funny little charged bits. I don't know why. Where it's a little bit lighter and a little bit darker. Maybe it's just further up away from the edge. parts. Little sand grains, smaller than sand. So if you're a diatom, you make your own hard parts, right? If you're a tintinid, you use the bits around you to glom hard parts onto your shell-like structure. So this is a skinny tintinid. I have no idea what its actual name is. Oh, look, it's like a honeycomb pattern here. These are bits of diatoms, and there's like diatom structure. All right, and this is going to be maybe I should have the right number of T's. There we go. All right. Let's zoom out and speed up. And see what else we can see here. Too fast. There we go. Zoom out a little more. Okay, how do you use the bits around you? Just kind of schloop. Mine now. Magnetism, vacuum. And this is all like one drop of water. So it was a concentrated sample. It would have been, I used a net to concentrate it. All right, where am I going? Let's see, we'll go this way. Kind of scanning across. I'm sure I've been this way before. I've seen these diatoms before. Oh, look, here's another one. That's not the one we just looked at. We looked at one over here. There's one here, and there's one here. I'm kind of curious. We'll look at this one real quickly. Really quickly. As long as we're in tintinid mode. There we go. See, you can see the opening where the little ciliated end would come out. I should have looked more because I like this one better. If you ever point at a drop of water and it's just got nothing. So actually I really like this one. Look at that diatom right there. That's like practically a whole diatom stuck to the side. Oh, it's tintinid day. I'm gonna rotate it backwards. I'll take it back to, and it's in the rotation field, right? There we go. I like that. Bring that back to the middle. Make it a little bit bigger. He's gonna be like, why is she taking all these pictures of tintinids? Because there's diatoms on the tintinids. And it's kind of cool. Yes, there's water that that doesn't have. Let's see if we zoom way in all of a sudden. There we go. Oh, it's a happy face. Sorry. All right. Let's see if we can sharpen this up a little bit. Right, Shadowfax, exactly, right there. That's the one. Let's see. Get it any sharper? There we go. Okay. Gonna zoom back out. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna go speed 7 and auto brightness because it's a little bright here. Isn't that perfect? That's so what that was. We were so zoomed in though. We were like right up in there. That was exactly it. But no tintinids. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Now we'll see. We'll see this other tintinid with all of its diatom glory. It's like all blinged out in diatoms. It's like, I like these. I'm going to put one here, and one here, and one here. Pretty soon there's a whole lorica in place. Ugh, I can't believe it's my last day in Indiana. Urgh. Going up to the North Woods then. Rhinestone studded, diatom studded. It's like, I got diatoms. And it was crazy with the diatoms. This one here, as you watch it unfold in front of you, before your very eyes. It's got so many bits of diatoms. So many. Right? It's got some here. This is probably a bit of a diatom there. See that? Here's another bit of diatom. Here's some diatom stuck to it there. Wait, there's more. Why does it have bits of diatoms? Because that's what it is using to agglutinate or glue to, stick to, make its hard parts out of. See? Diatoms, diatom, diatom. This is a little bit of a diatom there. Things that glom onto other things. So these are broken bits of diatom. And the tintinids, as far as I understand, actively glue things onto their lorica as part of their strategy for creating that hard part. It's what they do. There's probably a better answer than that. Look, there's more diatoms here and here. Here is our little happy face right there, right in the middle. It's like a Where's Waldo or a I Spy in the middle of this tintinid. If you can spot the happy face in the tintinid, you get an extra 5 points. The tintinids glom diatoms onto them. Well, diatoms and other things. Look, this is a whole diatom here. This is part of one, right? Here's another bit of one. But it's just like so many bits. But this is like an entire little diatom. Like 1/2 of one diatom just stuck there. It's like, I'm going to take the whole thing. All right, tintinid, okay. Tube tintinidy 2. Okay. And then just because I can, I'm curious about that one there. Hey, Tropical Geek, hey, how you doing? Make it go just a little bit faster. We're looking at diatoms and tintinids that have diatoms on them. And other things in the sample that I brought with from San Francisco. Look at that. There it is. There's one diatom, a diatom on the tintinid. Oh, but it's so small, it's hard to focus. Still, it's pretty. How are you doing, Tropical Geek? All right, I'm gonna zoom out again. Here we go. Here we go. What else can we find? We're still looking. I'm hoping to find just a few, or one even, Dinoflagellate, because it'd be fun to find one, two, or more. I thought we had some. Apparently I was wrong. I could have sworn there was at least one or two. You saw pictures of me having lots of fun. I was having fun. I always have fun. I especially have fun when I'm doing diatom things. Na 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 na. Katamari. Oh, that's the one where you roll up the stuff, right? You start rolling with the small things and it grows slowly, and then you start rolling bigger things and it starts growing like nuts, right? Getting home from work. Welcome home from work. All right. Cruising around here. Definitely not seeing dinoflagellates though. There's a Catastris. We were looking at the unicellular ones, the one unicellular, non-chain forming Catastris. This is a chain forming Catastris because they're all linked together. The terminal Cete. Look at that beauty. Right? Gorgeous. All right. I'm getting distracted. Just like, ooh, isn't this beautiful? All of a sudden I'll be lost trying to focus in on the areolae and I'll be like, an hour later. All right, did we do 7? Let's go to 7. Let's take a moment and go to 7. Because we can. How about this? Looks remarkably like a dinoflagellate. There's some interesting artifact thing happening here. Oh, there it goes. It's a little charged up. It's not a dinoflagellate. What's a dinoflagellate? A dinoflagellate is another type of algae, single-celled algae-like thing, but instead of being like a diatom that has that great silica hard part, it has theca, and the theca are more plant-like, but they also have flagella, so they swim around. So I'm looking for some in here because they won't have been digested like boiled in acid the way the others have. So they might show up. At least that's what I was thinking. What was I thinking? That's what I was thinking. Would they have been glommed? Most likely not glommed. I don't know. No, because I think that the tintinids typically use silica things. Actually, this is a really cute little chain. Distractions. Needle in a haystack. Well, yeah, so part of it's my problem. Like, I made a really dense clump on the stub. There we go. That one's busted open. Keep going closer. And then, let's see. Maybe. You have the backing of the recently beatified. No one's gonna kick me off. Who else uses the SEM? Oh, other people in Diatom's attacks. Good graces. It's here at the university. They have to make sure with him. Let's see, zooming in. About the use. Oh look, we just jumped right inside. Beatified. Yeah, almost. I almost got it. It's all right. Sainted. No. Too close. Right about there. That's a little better. All the members of Dr. Stone's lab and some other colleagues of the department. Yes, tropical. People use it. Little capsule. You know, I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's a Diatom's attack question. I mean, I'm not in his department, right? Here I am. Surprise! I'm gonna zoom out. That was cool, though. There's that little hat. Tintinid. We saw that. Catossaurus everywhere. All right, we're gonna go to the top. Do we go straight up yet? I don't think so. I guess if they ask, but you don't buy a washer and dryer and invite the building to wash in your house. True, true. But you know, oh, that's pretty. Someone may have a really interesting thing to look at, and then if they look at it, you look at it together, right? Then you have an opportunity to look at other neat stuff too, and maybe learn some really cool stuff from someone who might be a specialist in whatever that thing is. Look at that crazy swoop. All right, I'm gonna zoom way in and we'll see if we can focus it a little better here. I think it has to do with how far it is down. Oh, too close. Yeah, there's stuff underneath it. All right, cruising. What else? What else? What else? A lot of diatoms. All right, let's see. We'll go this way. I don't think we went that way before, did we? Do. Here we are. So I looked at that one before. There's Diatom. Just trying to see what different shapes and things are here. All right, I'm curious about this one. It's Skeletonema. Ah, beautiful. Hello, little friend. Always makes me think of Studio Cornix now. Let's see, is it better this way? Hello, friend. Like right here. Maybe this one. Because it's not a party until we got some Skeletonema on the SEM, right? Look at that. It's so cool. Okay. And I did get it focused enough. Maybe I can zoom in a little more. Just for focusing purposes, of course. Not to look at the really cool knuckling silica. I mean, look at that. Spooky, scary Skeletonema. It's beautiful. Okay. It's such a tiny little strand of it, too. All right, speed 7. I'll leave the brightness the way it is. And I'm going to take a picture. It's one of my favorites. People are like, oh, do you have a favorite? I'm like, no, I don't have a favorite. Then I see this and I'm like, well, I kind of have a favorite. Okay, let's see. If you had color, you could identify by color certain species, if that's even the right word. So in a scanning electron microscope, there is no color. There is no light. It is darkness. You're seeing with electrons, so you have an illusion of light that we see. However, I look at diatoms on a light microscope, and their chloroplasts are all golden brown. You can use the shape of the plastid or the chloroplast, like the golden brown nuggets inside of them, to identify diatoms, because they have slightly different shapes or configurations depending on the diatom. Here we go. Isn't this beautiful? It just makes my heart sing. I love this one. Makes your brain hurt. See without seeing, wizards. Which, yes, definitely. I am. Yeah. It's so... It hurts. It's so pretty. People will see this. I'll have it up on the light microscope and I'll be like, oh, this is Skeletonema. And I get like almost weepy about how gorgeous it is. And they're like, yeah, right. It's like a little tiny faint line with little like golden bits kind of glowing a little bit in parts of it, and then there are these little bright spots. And they're like, yeah, okay, all right. I'm like, no, it's beautiful. I mean, it's just, anyway. grayscale. Yeah, here. So on a light microscope, this bit here, right, that bit where there's the knuckling together of these structures, right, you can see how they're like attaching there. It's extra thick, right, that silica there, compared to the silica here, right? There's a lot of open space here. So when you look on a light microscope and you look down kind of across, right, the curve here, this looks like a bright spot on the microscope, and the same over here. Sometimes you'll see kind of like a series of bright spots almost up and around. But not always. And it's very often so thin and small, and there's not a lot to see. And I'm just like, oh, if you could only see it. But then they wouldn't see the living bits either. So, you know, you have to use the tool that's right for the job kind of thing. Let's see. There we go. And there's the skeletonema. Is white closer to the lens and the black furthest in the background? This is raised up off the back, and the background here is dark. It was all coated in gold. And I'm sure that Diatom's attack could explain to you better why certain areas are more charged because of the way the electrons flow across them. And yeah, I think that would be a Diatom's attack question. All right, so we're gonna speed that up just a little here and zoom out. See that skeletonema? So here's the cool thing. This bit, so from that rounded edge there, all the way along to this rounded edge here, this is one skeletonema cell. And it holds on to its sister up here. This is another skeletonema cell. Right? This would have been another skeletonema cell here. I should actually take a picture of that. Okay, let's do this. It's like it's 0 rotation. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna go minus, let's see, minus, not tilt. We're gonna do rotation. Make sure I'm in the right place. It says rotation, minus 30, and see what happens. And I'm still in the rotation cell. All right, there we go. That's nice. Look at that. There we go. And nudge it down a little. And because we can, I'm going to zoom in here. And maybe too far. There we go. And just double check that I've got that as sharp as I can get it. Here we go. And then back out. And there we go. Speed 7. I am going to try the auto brightness here. And then we're going to take a picture. Because that way I can explain that whole thing that I just explained, except I'll have a picture to explain it on. I think I might have another skeletonema image somewhere, but it's just so pretty. I can't help myself. There we go. Diatoms. All right. What do we have? Ooh, text. Dank Cheez-Its. From Wiki, but fascinating. Skeletonema are found worldwide, excluding Antarctic waters. Some harmful effects these diatoms may have on an ecosystem are attributed to large blooming events and may cause hypoxic events in coastal waters. Water discoloration. Well, most algae, if they bloom too much, no matter what they are, can affect the environment that they're in. And anytime you throw too much, anytime there's too much stuff in the water that's alive, and then it photosynthesizes during the day and produces oxygen or makes more oxygen. And then at night, it's respiration that uses up oxygen. If those don't balance out right, you can end up using more oxygen than you're making, and that makes it hard for other things in the water. So it can also happen when there's a lot of something and then they start dying just as part of their life cycle, and then that gets decomposed, and the decomposers use up the oxygen, and that's a thing. Oxygen, man. It's important stuff. Ooh, so here you can see it looks like this one was getting ready to divide, because it looks like it was making bits, right? For new cells, right? Like then this would be a cell. You can just see those little faint lines there, and then this would be a cell. See if you could see through that, right? You might be able to see that. Thank you, Dink Cheez-Its. There we go. I don't want to stop. I want to keep going. But I'm glad we found the skeletonema. They're pretty. They're really pretty. Here we are, just about. Ta-da, Diatom. Get my shoulders down. Here we go, skeletonema chain. Okay, we'll close that up and zoom it out. Speeding up, zooming out. There we go. Slow down a little, just a little. Right? Because when we were looking there, we're like, oh, what's that funny little chain of things there? Skeletonema. I think that's, oh, look here, that's a pretty Odontella. Different from the other one we saw. It's got these little flared ends here. Nice. Oh, that part of a Sorella. It's just a piece of a Diatom right here. Diatom chunks. I'm starting to think Diatom might be more than just 2 atoms. Haha. Definitely not just 2 atoms. It's entire cells. It's a cosmos of atoms. Let me count the atoms. Or not. Which way? We were heading up? Maybe? I just got distracted and forgot which way I was going. Which way do we go? Which way do we go? Atoms. Yeah, atoms all the way down. Until you get to quarks. Oh wait, we saw that. We're going the other way. Sorry. Let's go. Going down. Right, we came past skeletonema, past that Odontella. Right, I feel like we're going on a field trip, right? Make sure you hang a left at the Titillum. If you get to the Silicoflagellate, you've gone too far. Definitely a Miss Frizzle Magic School Bus episode in there somewhere. Alright. Moving down. There's another skeletonema here. Probably another one there. That's just some gunk. Look at how they're holding on to each other here. All right. Where to, where to? Which way were we going? Down. Going down. All right. Still going. Hey, that's right, Studio Cornets. Still going. Until they drag me kicking and screaming from the SEM. Like, no, don't make me stop. Still looking at centric diatoms. We took a little bit of a break. Well, I think they've pretty much all been centrics. All right. Made it to the bottom. Herg. This way a little. Did we come up this side yet? Let's see. Maybe, maybe not. There's a lot of centric diatoms. All the way down, atoms. Diatoms, downatoms. I remember that one from yesterday, little tintinid. Then we're going to have new stuff to look at soon. They should all be dry now. There's a Catassaris chain. We did look at a skeletonema. Just so incredibly beautiful. Just, yeah, tiny glass Oreos forever. But they've lost their filling. No more filling. All right. That one, let's see. It's just on its side. Yes, but isn't that pretty? All right, zoom it out. Oh, look at that. Huh. You know what that is? Actually, there's a couple interesting things. That looks like a little bit of Rhizoslinea, and that looks like a pollen grain from a pine pollen. It's like, what are you doing here? No little holes. Wild and crazy. There we go. And down here, this is a part of it. Is it part of a dinoflagellate? Let me take this picture. Speed 7 and grab. Like tiny glass Oreos, right? They are. Let's see. Bring it back. Rein that in. There we go. Got the little pine pollen. Not that blobby one. Hey, pragmatic entropy. How are you? It's nice to see you. How you doing? How you been? You're taking a break from organizing the brainstorming board. Ah, good. That's good. Breaks are important. So this is pine pollen. You're well. I am well as well. I'm very well. I'm so well. I'm in Indiana. I am I'm here. I'm using a scanning electron microscope. Got to see studio in the flesh. Met my internet friends in real life, and it was really fun. Spent some time at Diatom Camp, also known as the North American Diatom Symposium. Super fun. Great people, amazing food. Yeah, it's been great. Diatom Camp, woo woo. Yeah. Only the best diatoms go to diatom camp. Big fun. Yeah. Like, so much big fun. It should have been criminal. Like, just lock us up and throw away the key. It was that much fun. So, it was really, 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 really fun. I think this down here in the corner that's just poking up right here, I think this is part of a Dinoflagellate. So, I'm going to peek at that as soon as this is done. But since I had that in focus and in the right place. Pollen. We have a lot of pine trees. So it makes sense. I want to stop. Do not want to stop. So Diatom's attack should be just about finished with his, you know, teaching piece. He'll come back and be like, you're looking at pollen. He's still looking at the centric diatoms. Who knows? Yeah, it did. It went really, really well. This is not a diatom. This is pollen. And here, label it pine pollen. There we go. And I'm gonna bring this bit up. Oh wait, speed it up. Yep, that is a Dinoflagellate. It's kind of squinched. There it is. There's the Dinoflagellate. It's kind of squashed though. So let's see, we want to rotate that way or that way. If we go that way, rotation 330. So we could go, we'll go this way. Rotation, and we'll rotate it so that it's, there we go. I hear, hark, the saint approaches. Hello. And there he is. Hi. I found a Dinoflagellate. I know.
Your
Pine
favorite.
pollen. I know. Well, no. Skeletonema was my favorite.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you find some of those?
I did.
Wow.
It was really pretty too.
All of your favorites.
I know.
On the SEM machine.
I don't have to stop, do I?
I don't think so.
Okay,
It's
good.
only 5 o'clock.
Okay.
I
The
think there's
stubs,
some swimming that happens.
the stubs are probably ready. Should I run and get them? You want to do this while I go get them?
If you let me take this set of exams back to my office where I'm sure that no one will see them so that my federally secured FERPA is under control, then I will come back and you can get your stubs.
Or you could bring them on your way back.
So fetch you your stubs is what you're
No,
saying.
only if you happen to be going that.
Bring me my stubs.
No, just if you're going in that general direction. Oops. You don't want to anger the saint. Hey, Shadowfax. All right, what am I doing? I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to focus on this. I'm going to get this a little bit sharper here. See, Dinoflagellates can't be all bad. They've got holes too. There we go. It's so much fun. He'll be back. I'm gonna go, let's see. There we go. Okay. Of course, it makes sense for him to get them too because he has the keys and the code for the lab. Let's see. Tiny bit tinier. Nudge it down a titch. Maybe a titch more. There we go. Now it's there. So go speed 7, auto brightness. What's the next step after taking the photos and labeling them? I'm going to put them on my little USB drive and take them back to San Francisco. Oh, look, he plugged in his thing. Oh, his things will work now. Haha. Look, you can choose. You can choose where I am. I'm like in a ring of fire at the moment. Oh, picture. I didn't click picture. I did auto brightness though. There we are. There it goes, there it goes. Look at all those cool things. All right. All of a sudden the files are available. So I think you can use channel points. Let's see. Does that work? Oh no, he turned it off. There we go. It's coming, it's coming. See, because then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more stubs coming. Maybe. It's been streaming for 2 hours and 52 minutes. Whew. He's been streaming and teaching simultaneously. Look at that pretty dino. That's just the afternoon session, right? Streaming in the morning too. Of course he was streaming and teaching then too. Wonder how that happened. It's so cool. That Dinoflagellate. Serradium serration. Now Tripos. It's a marine one, not freshwater. There are freshwater dinoflagellates and freshwater diatoms. They look different than the marine ones, but they're very similar. A lot of them rhyme. They rhyme visually. It's very cool. The reveal is always exciting. It's a beautiful thing, because you'll be sitting there and be like, huh. Hello.
Making miracles happen.
Hi.
Hi.
We're streaming. You want to come say hello?
Yes. Hello,
Your-
stream.
Your stubs,
Here, you gotta say.
Is there anything else I could get for you?
Yeah,
A square donut, perhaps.
Square donut. No, they're closed. I need a bio break actually.
Have you just been streaming the whole time without it taking any breaks?
I have.
Wow.
I have uptime, 2 hours and something. I'll be right back.
Let me see what's happening here.
You should. Oh, I was gonna label it just finished. I didn't save it yet.
Why does it say pollen?
Because that's the last thing I took a picture of. Because there's a pine pollen just up to the left.
I don't need to see that. Gross. Pine pollen.
There it is. See?
I
Well,
see-
those little
see
like
it.
Mickey Mouse ears.
splatters, yeah. What do you want me to write? Dinoflagellate?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Spaceship?
Spaceship. Adventures. There were some really cool tintinets. There's one that had like an entire diatom stuck
Wow.
to it.
That knows how to pimp its ride. Studio says, hi, Christian.
Hi,
And
studio.
Taryn Tagash says, hey, Professor. This is the afternoon session, yes. Somehow the reveal is always exciting. Somehow. Hey, Golganic, how are you doing? With the SEM, do electrons react different with different elements? In other words, if we used one to look at rocks, could we identify copper versus iron versus sulfur at these scales? This is a very interesting question, Dink Cheez-Its. What I will tell you is there's actually on the scanning electron microscope something called an elemental analyzer. And it will also tell us differences in density by something called a backscatter detector. So normal scanning electron microscope activity that you've been watching for the last 2 hours perhaps a beam is fired down from above. It penetrates into the sample, and then it randomly hits electrons because it's a solid, and some of those electrons bounce back out and are captured by a secondary detector. This information gives you topographic information, which is basically transformed by the scanning process into light and dark. So more electrons coming to the sensor means light, fewer electrons coming to the sensor at that point means dark, and it creates a black and white image. However, there is a tool on here that actually measures what's called backscattered electrons, and backscattered electrons bounce basically straight off of the material, and they don't go very far. And the backscattered electrons actually give differences in density. So if you had two different metals, for example, and one was more dense than the other, you would actually see a brighter and a darker version of it. Instead of the topography, you'd actually see the differences in brightness and darkness being associated with the different types of composition. So we can get at some estimate of the material just from backscattered electrons. However, there's also an elemental analyzer, as I mentioned, and when the beam goes through and hits something on the other side, it knocks an electron out of the orbital shell. And if it knocks it out of a lower shell, like if it knocks it out of the outermost shell, nothing happens. But if it knocks it out of a lower shell, what happens is the electrons in there, some of them drop down to one of the closer shells, a lower shell, and then it releases some energy, what we call characteristic energy. And the characteristic energy that's given off will tell you, with some potential error, what the element is. So each one has a characteristic X-ray that's given off, and its energy is basically determined by the type of shell and the type of material that you have. And so you can use a scanning electron microscope to actually get at elemental information from that technique. Hopefully that helped. You want your seat back?
No, I want to put the bits in.
Oh, you want us to
let's
stop what's going on here
Yeah.
and put bits in.
Yeah, I want those new stubs.
We can't put bits in unless the chat puts some bits in. Then we can put some bits in.
I got channel points. I don't think you turned them back on. Did you turn stuff back on? I mean, they can.
No, they can put stuff in like that, but I didn't put any of the new stuff in.
No. Yeah.
All right, we need to, 1, turn off the beam, which I just did. 2,
Okay.
then we need to vent it, like this. The hissing noise you hear is the chamber filling with nitrogen from a tank of nitrogen that's around the corner, with a tube that comes all the way to the back of the SEM and bleeds in air, nitrogen air. So can you gather hey Prag, how's it going? Can you gather as much data as, say, a spectrometer? Not quite. Spectrometers give you counts of information, and this just tells you roughly what's the beam touching. But you can do something that a spectrometer can't do, which is you could scan over an area, and then it will tell you the composition of what it's scanning over, and you can actually create an elemental mapped unit.
That's cool.
So if you're looking at something that has a different composition, and say it has a lot of phosphorus and oxygen in it, and you have something else that has lead in it, it will actually show you the boundary between phosphorus and lead as an image on the SEM.
That's pretty cool.
I never use the elemental analyzer because all of my stuff is diatoms and it's made out of silica, and the silica doesn't have any difference from any other silica,
Well,
so there's no value in it for me. So
as long as you know it's silica, you're good.
let's see. To tag on top of that, I assume the specimen would need to be in a vacuum, otherwise the scanner would hit the base where it's placed. Yes, everything happens in a vacuum. You could use GIS in conjunction with this then. Yes, they map it. You can actually map out, it's like a poster back there in the corner that sort of shows it.
Can I open it?
Yeah, it's finished.
It's okay. I know, I'm good at that. I can do it.
Look at you, you can do it.
Okay.
Screwdriver,
Mm-hmm.
square hole.
Square.
Is the square hole not visible?
It is, but it's a little bit at an angle.
Here, I gotta hit the home button. Make sure your hands are away from
Hands are
all the
away.
openings.
Are we putting these new ones in there?
You have to put those on a thing and sputter coat them.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Well,
You want to help her with that?
do you want to show people?
Really.
Do you want to show people the cool inside while it's open, or should I just close it?
I think I can do that. Hang on.
I mean, they might want to see it. People
You're
usually
asking
wanna
me
see it.
to connect up my phone through, say, Droid Cam? Let's see if I can make it work. Sometimes it's a bit of a problem. Do something with a 7 at the end. I didn't like that. Oh. Oh yeah. Look, there it is. Okay. Let's do a little tour of the lab through my cell phone. Sorry, if you're asking questions, I won't be able to see them for a little bit. Let's see. Somewhere on here I have a Droid Cam option. Is it this one? Oh yeah, you can see that, right? That's the Droid Cams. This is the control panel for the SEM, and then that's the wheel that she turns when she was trying to magnify something. And that is the wheel that you turn when you want to focus something. So the working distance is essentially the focus. And that's just my OBS screen. But there's the microphone that's recording us. Right over here is the actual inside of the SEM. Normally we don't leave it open like this. This is the port that the camera that looks into the SEM uses. It's an IR camera. And there's the samples mounted in the stub itself. So the stubs that we've been looking at, and these things that are right here on the top that are gold plated. And there's a carousel. And then you can actually see into the scanning electron microscope itself. So I can kind of get that thing up there in the field of view at the top, right there, is a secondary detector, and that thing that's way up here at the top that looks like a pencil kind of pointing in is the elemental analyzer. And that cone that's up there at the top is where the beam comes out. And then it just sends the information over to a computer. What? Yeah. Do. So to take it out, we just have a little screwdriver with a set pin in there. Take the carousel out. That's the outside of the elemental analyzer, right there, looking into the actual SEM. That's the outside of the secondary detector, which is what gets the topographic information. And then these guys back here are trying to mount the stubs onto little pin mounts so that we can then sputter coat them. That's Christian and PacificPlankton.
Hi.
There's a dehumidifier and a fan and a poster with some diatoms on it, and stacks of diatoms back there on a tray. And then this thing that's over here on the table, where my finger is, right there in the field of view, is a sputter coater, and it gold plates the samples. So hopefully you could see all of that. Let me show you something. So I'm going to be on this side of the room. I'll just try to talk up a little bit. We were talking about elemental mapping, and you can use the elemental analyzer on this to map out the location of elements and minerals. So I'm just going to go show you the poster. Here you can see it's just a picture of the elemental analyzer itself, but there's a map showing the elemental values. So we can put different kinds of elements, and it will actually show us like a picture where the thing is with the different elements mapped out as a picture for us. And that's a backscatter view. The things that have different, have different densities. And over here I have a just a stereo microscope with that's a document analyzer and a microphone. That's the pump that makes all the noise down there on the floor. That keeps the vacuum pressure in our chamber. And over here, I'll try to get close to the sputter coater while they're actually putting the mold on. Sputter coater, and you can see some of the stubs from previous times when we had different things in the microscope. Over here you can see all kinds of liquid bugs and I don't know, whatever else we put on this thing. Some organization needs to be done still, always the case. So hopefully that gives you some sense of what goes on here. A little bit of chaos around the actual samples, but
1 and 2 are like there?
Yep.
let's see. But when they go to do the electroplating, I'll hook it up so that you can see it. I'm just going to set my phone over here, point roughly towards PacificPlankton, what she's doing until that happens, so that you don't have to have me wiggling it around.
Does number 2 on this have a problem? Because it won't. Diatom.
Yeah, number 2 is
The problem hole?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay.
The set screw is like locked,
All right.
and I can't figure out how to unlock it. So skip that one.
I'll skip that one.
You can only do 6 total for that carousel.
So 3.
Be right back. Your mom just called you. Doesn't she know we're trying to stream here? JPL will definitely be using this for their Mars sample. Maybe. Can you reuse the stubs or one and done and save it for any future analysis? So you can't really reuse them because the material is mounted directly on the stub, but the pins are just connected to the stubs with tape. And we could take the tape off and reuse the pins if we wanted to, but the stubs themselves are kind of spoiled once you use them. But you can save them and then reuse them. So take the bell jar part off of the top.
Do you want to show people how cool it is? It's like a display.
Yeah, I'm gonna show people, but you know, I gotta run the
Okay.
cell phone and I gotta talk loud and there. So just showing you the bell jar, and then you can just take those things off of there. You tightened them in, didn't you? You did.
Just making sure.
You don't need to tighten them in for that part, but you need to put them in the actual.
It's like, what do they do at Dairy Queen?
That is a
Right.
blizzard.
It's the blizzard. Okay.
You
Make
can
those.
just put them in those little holes. No. We don't want to.
That's
Oh,
better.
I
Put my
have to take these
yeah,
out.
that's a
Yeah, now you've got to take them all back.
See, I
apart.
forgot about that part.
He just let me do it. He's like,
Sucker. He didn't want to have to pay for his blizzard. So actually, the last
No,
time I
actually
went to
just
Dairy
didn't
Queen
do
and
it.
I got a blizzard,
mhm.
they
No,
they
the last one was Dairy Queen, it's fine.
the time before the last time I went to Dairy Queen and got a blizzard, they couldn't flip it over because it was all melty. And nobody paid me for my blizzard. Nobody gave it to me for free. They should have given it to me for free. That's what I'm saying. So that's what they're up to over there. I can't really get in close to what they're doing, so I thought I'd come over here.
I got a milkshake from Dairy Queen last time I was in there, and it was really comforting. I could feel it when I rubbed it, and I was like, why is it so comforting?
Okay.
Next.
Somebody maybe could hold the camera and then I could do it.
Ooh, look at that.
So we just need to close this. Make sure that that's not under the lid on. And then there's a vacuum pump. And I can do some things down here. There's some gardens. There's for sputter coating.
Gotcha.
What percentage of gold is necessary for the plating? So, generally speaking, we just use there's like a gold foil target in the top. It's not a lot of gold. Typically, for a sample like this, we deposit something like 100 angstroms or something. It's a very, very fine layer of gold. So it's very, very limited amount. We try to be as frugal as possible because each one of the targets costs like $1,000. And usually a single target will last something like a year in my lab. We don't get a lot of samples that need to be sputter coated. So, you know, that's sort of the general time frame for it, about $1,000 a year or something if we're frugal. So, all right, I'm gonna go back over there and start up the valve.
Let me time it.
Yeah. When the value is set for like 1.4, then push the button, and then we need to wait about a minute and a half.
Is that it? What value? Which one? Which one?
What?
You just said
1.4?
Is that where it is?
1.45, yes.
Close enough. Push the red button. Now I need you to time it for like a minute 15 or a minute and 20. Someone's got my phone, or else I would do it.
Look at that. Look at that. Can they still see?
Yeah, they can see the discos. You want to turn the lights down?
Yes.
There, the top of that is the gold plate. It's basically it's got a charge going through it, and it turns the gold into plasma, and then the plasma cloud is drawn down into the chamber by a valve that's open, and everything that's in the plasma cloud and the purple part up at the top basically gets some deposition of gold over that surface. And like I said, it's a really light layer of gold. You could still see through it if you do it with glass. So just to give you a sense of like how much is on there, it's not very much at all. And then once we've gold plated it, we can just stuff it in here. So the gold plating is basically just to make that surface so that it's able for stuff to flow over it. Conductivity, yeah, that's exactly it. Cheez-Its. So it's mostly used so that when the beam hits and there's extra electrons that cover the surface of the material, that they go into the ground instead of just building up on long, narrow pieces or on the surface itself. And that's because if they sit on the surface, they discharge and they get captured by the secondary detector, and they end up being bright spots in your image. So they basically create a distortion in the topographic view that we're trying to create. And so we want to try to limit that, and because silica is really good at insulating for electricity, like if you look at a typical motherboard, you got gold and then it's wrapped in silica because it doesn't conduct electricity very well. If we cover it with gold, then basically the silica will...
We're done?
yeah. Turn off the rotation too.
Reverse order.
Yeah. And then there's a butterfly switch on the back by the power cord on the right hand side of the machine. Flip that, and then you should be able to open the lid and take your samples out and put them back into the tray. Yeah, we can turn the lights back on. One of the lights is burned out in here.
Yeah, it didn't come back.
Went off and stayed off.
Stayed off.
It's
All
like,
right.
nah, I'm a little tired.
Are you a little tired here?
No, the light was.
Oh.
Okay, so then they're just going to open this drawer back up and put the stuff in and close it, and we're going to vacuum seal it. So I don't think I need to leave the droid cam running for all of that. There. Now I can
So San Francisco.
So just the SFJ 6 and 7.
can turn off the droid cam.
Is
So the shaky camera phone is no longer distracting you.
Were you distracted?
I don't know.
It was horrible. They had to endure.
They had to endure the horrors of shaky camera. Why are you jumping?
I'm happy.
Why? Because you got to see the disco?
I had to see this go and more stuff going in.
Oh, you're tired of these stubs that were filled with diatoms from top to bottom.
No, not tired. But it's exciting. There's just more stuff.
Let's hope so.
Well, okay. A little sketchy, but
How we doing? Yeah? You ready to go back to wherever you're going to? Tired of this place?
I'm going on.
she's moving in.
She's moving out. Actually.
But I'm going
gonna-
on. I'm going up north.
To the airport?
North to Michigan. like way up north.
Out comes the drawer, in goes the samples. You gotta line up the square hole with the square hole.
The square hole.
Yeah. I just wanna.
Seems like there would be a better position for that elemental thing.
Are you critiquing it?
No, I was just
The design.
saying. It's a thing.
Here.
Yeah.
It's good.
I made that mistake.
What's happening? We just got
Oh my
raided
goodness, we got raided.
by Science Twitch. Yeah. Hello, Science Twitch. Welcome in. Thank you for raiding us.
Close the door.
How have diatoms changed from billions of years ago till now? Diatoms aren't billions of years old.
No, and gosh, they might not even be as old as we think they are.
Yeah, we got subtracted from the Jurassic down to something else, I think, recently. Very recently, like at the Diatom meeting.
Like crazy recently. Okay,
Yeah, I was.
Next we do is turn the pump back on.
pump.
Brr, 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 brr. That noise is the pump.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna move this up a little.
Do you want to put your phone in for chat?
What? Into that?
Yeah.
Pump it up. That's what we're doing, Boba. So excited. It's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. Life's too short.
This showed up when I started to plug in my thing, I think.
It did. It showed up literally right away. You walked away.
Oh, and then I got the...
Yep.
Everything's going. The globe.
Yeah, see? Look.
We're
It's
back
on there.
into...
Yep, but the other bits weren't turned on. Because I went here and I was like, oh, I want to change the color around me. And I was like, oh, I can't.
Oh, look, we can do that, though.
I know.
You want to change colors? We can do that from here. We'll just turn these things on.
Wait.
That's good. Just those ones are probably... We could probably do the mustache one. Googly eyes. I feel like that's critical.
Yes.
And we did try to put a beard on you earlier.
We did. It didn't work. Because it wasn't working. I didn't get my beard.
Well,
I think it's time.
you can now have your beard.
While we're waiting for it to pump, right? Or finish? Or heat up? Or
Sure.
whatever. Like, there's electron gun things that need to happen. There's pump things that need to go on.
Is there?
Well, usually. Those lines are red and they should be green.
Let's see. I can get rid of that.
Facts.
Oh. What's happened? Hello, thanks. Oh, let me see if this works. Yeah. Why doesn't that give me like autofill?
Oh, I don't know. What'd you do?
Did that work? No, my shoutouts aren't working yet. It's because I didn't turn on the Leorn board and
But
link
it
it.
shouldn't be Leon board limited.
It is Leorn board limited.
Really?
All of my shoutouts go through Leorn board.
but they should work old school regardless, no?
No, because I turned them off on the bot.
Oh dear.
This was the problem. We couldn't get Leorn board to connect.
Well,
It's a problem for a later date.
yeah, because we're gonna have to go to dinner soon.
Just to click on Science Twitch's name and hit the heart afterwards, because you like them. We were also looking at water samples through their microscope, but in this case an optical microscope, not an electron microscope. Excellent.
Yeah.
If you're a microscope streamer and you're on Twitch, then you go into my list of special names for people with microscopes on
yeah,
Twitch.
Science. What kind of cool things did you see in the microscope? I'm curious.
Yeah, what did you look at?
Yeah.
In the water.
Fresh water, salt water, scummy pot water, from like a pot.
She did all this time sitting, and now we're making her stand behind me like a rando. Just happens to be here in the lab.
Just like lurk.
Just act like you're a crazy old guy who showed up and didn't realize we were streaming and just started talking to me about things that shouldn't have been.
It's really funny. I was in the lab and they were like, "Do you belong?"
What happened?
No, the young person in your lab. I was standing in the corner listening to music, getting
Oh, you're talking about Teresa.
Teresa questioned my.
Look at this clump of diatoms somebody
Oops.
put on the stub.
Oh my god.
A little aggressive
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked
in
a
your
little thick,
droplets.
but
Yeah.
It's thick.
But less at the edges.
Is this from the
7 is San Francisco Bay.
this is from the old bay here?
Yep.
Ye old bay samples.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the girdle bands.
girdle bands,
There's just girdle bands for days.
It's so many girdle bands. Okay, let's see if I can get this into focus. Here we go. Now we gotta do this. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then we should put Pack here and put a beard on her. I think that part would work.
Or I could just, you know what?
Are you gonna sit down?
I am. Here we go. Because we don't stream together very often. So
Well-
far, only
What are you talking about?
simultaneously co-located in the same place. I'm gonna get a beard.
incredibly rude.
It is. It's only happened. All right, where is it?
That's the question. Where did the beard go?
Did you lose it? Did you bring it to the front? Can you bring it to the front?
It's already in the front.
Is it? It's on, but is it in the front?
It should be here.
Just because it should be.
There it is.
No, I mean like right click. Right? And then you can order and move to top.
It's already on the top.
Oh. Oh well. Guess not.
Stuff's just not working yet.
It's because I'm here. Things happen.
I don't know what you did.
Neither do I. Okay.
What are we okaying?
Diatoms.
Oh, I was waiting for
Oh yeah,
this thing to warm up correctly.
it did.
I don't know that it did.
No.
All right, what do you want to do? Why don't I let you do it?
Let's look at Lake Merritt stuff first.
Is that
That one.
one is Lake Merritt?
Mhm.
1 and 3.
There's less stuff in the Lake Merritt ones.
Much less stuff.
Lots less. I think there might be something
Let's do
there.
this again with the
Hmm.
zoomed out control.
Because we don't want to be late for dinner.
When is that?
6:30.
Oh. How do you know that?
I asked.
Oh.
unless it's changed.
Did we set reservations?
I didn't call ahead. Do we need to?
No.
Okay, then no.
I was just asking.
No. It was discussed this morning prior to exiting.
Okay.
But, you know, confirmation is probably a good idea.
Well,
Plans change.
there was an 81% spike in chatters for Diatom's attack.
Wow.
That's what it tells me anyway.
Is that what it tells you?
Yeah.
Does it tell you other things too? Oh, there we go.
That looks better.
Just a little.
Alright, take over, boss.
No. Yes.
You're like off to the edge. Move to the middle. Or
No.
pull the keyboard over to where you are or
No,
something.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. All right.
You're awkwardly positioned.
And
But look. It's a
What am
nice
I-
big one up on its own out there.
over here. This one. So many choices.
Well, pick one.
No,
What are we waiting for?
we're not waiting.
Oh, it's got holes in it.
It does.
That's weird. Looks like a diatom.
It is. But it's got holes in it.
It's that giant Thalassiocyra or Cosnodiscus, I mean.
Well, it's actually not the giant one.
If you say so.
I say it's not. Well, it might be a small
It's
version
like
of the giant one.
240 microns.
Yeah, but it's not the.
I don't see any of those weird.
I know. I think they got digested.
I think they're organic. I think that's what that's telling us.
Mm-hmm.
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 Yep.
Let's see. Oh, there's somebody on my channel streaming.
Who would do that? What's this? Junk.
We do that.
Another Beckia.
Yeah, I don't think the Leorn board commands are working at all.
No.
So we're stuck with red.
It's okay. I like red.
At least we got the slideshow working.
Yeah, when you connected the material
Oh,
for
look.
the slideshow.
Colorbeckia.
Yeah,
Cookie stack.
it is. I got those cookies. All right.
The poker chips.
They're pretty cool.
I've been using this all day now. Like a pro.
Like a pro.
Yeah.
Almost.
What do you mean almost? It's like 8 hours of streaming.
It's not 8 hours. Had a break for lunch. Had to have tamales and a churro.
Tamales.
And a churro.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus wants to know, what is the point of holes when you mention them? The holes on diatoms are largely meant to communicate with the open ocean. In other words, if you need nutrients in or something to come into the valve, or you need to push waste products out, basically you need to have some sort of a pathway for that to happen. And the holes are largely used basically for that communication. So they can absorb nutrients, they can act as a place to release chemicals that may be waste products or anything like that. Some of the holes on diatoms are used to squeeze out protoplasm or EPS, and they use that to
What's EPS?
polysaccharide sugars to connect to other diatoms or to attach to to substrates. So all those things are, depending on the type of hole it is, basically, they can do different things with them. And then, you know, so.
Alerbechia.
It's Alerbechia for sure.
I know. It's pretty.
This diatom's kind of pretty in the light microscope too.
Mm.
The bow face looks a bit like a sun.
Alerbechia soul. Like intaglio?
Yeah, look at you. Cameo and intaglio valves.
It's a thing.
We learned about that a couple weeks ago.
That none of the
Yeah.
colors are working, Studio. I turned them on to see if we could do it, but the Leorin board is not connected to OBS.
Yeah.
So
Stuck with the red because I
I'll
like
give
red.
you your 10 points back sometime in the future.
No, it's because you didn't listen to directions. We're going to keep the 10 points now.
Yeah, I owe you 10 points. I don't know how I'll ever get it back to you.
Those 10 points, man.
I'll put it in the check that I send you. Plus 10 points.
Plus 10 points. $1 million and 10 points.
Right.
I know Katie's not watching, but this is for Katie. She'll be really
I don't
happy.
know who Katie is.
I know. Katie's been doing water quality measurements at Lake Merritt for like 20 years.
Oh.
And I don't think she's ever seen Alerbechia like this.
Is Eleanor still not done?
No, she is.
Oh, you're just hanging out?
Yeah, I just like want to see the SEM.
I saw that shirt on you today when you were in class, and I was like, hey, that's my artwork.
Yeah,
That's the class that I did.
it's a pretty sick shirt.
That's our year in Iowa Lakeside Lab was 2000, and I designed that shirt.
Wow.
It's my design. And here's my student. 23 years later, 22 years later.
Wearing
I
your
wasn't even
shirt.
born when this shirt was made.
Yeah. This shirt's older than you.
Classic.
It is a classic.
But yeah, she's done. She's been done for like
Acnanthes.
35 minutes.
Acnanthes?
It's Ignanthes. The marine one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Positive number. Oh, a little overshot.
It's okay. It's okay. It's still learning.
It's an art form.
Still a little over, I think.
Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, like 22 maybe.
It's like
Yeah.
my favorite part of using the SEM.
Turning stuff around.
Well, yeah, it's like so satisfying when you just like estimate it right.
Perfectly estimate the angle. Oh, you had it there for a second. It's really sharp on the
Wow.
hole. Right there.
All right.
Now what you're gonna do? Take a picture?
Uh-huh. Take a picture for Katie.
I don't know who Katie is, but she's getting a lot of stuff.
She's gonna get some pictures.
So speed 7, but also your beam intensity is 10.
Seven.
Yeah. 7, 7. Lucky number 7. Hit enter. And then,
Auto brightness.
yes. You're so trained now. We need somebody to run this instrument for pay soon.
Huh.
Hmm?
Can they do it remotely?
No. Unfortunately not.
Shucks.
Really hard to load the sample from San Francisco.
True. But I like San Francisco.
I mean, it's where you live.
It's true.
You must have some affinity for it.
I do. All right.
I just realized I could be watching a stream on the microscope rather than sitting here.
This is
You
true.
can't participate from the microscope
That is
here,
true.
except
Do you
for
want to
through chat.
drive?
What?
Do you want to
no,
drive?
no, it's okay. I just want to watch.
Okay.
She's like, good, I wasn't gonna let you.
Yeah, I would.
Maybe after you find something else,
All right.
I'll find something
She's like,
I like and then I'll leave.
An hour and no, not even an hour. You got 45 minutes left, and she's like, good. That's too bad. I mean,
We'll go to step number 6 next.
Studio left before she even got to sit down at the instrument.
I know. She had a
Really?
really
She-
long drive, though. I think she.
She could have been sitting here with us. She could come back.
Yes.
Jesus wants to know, is there any AI to automate the process even though it seems fun? There is software that you can get that will allow you to scan, like, and it'll take pictures. But the problem is that, like a camera, it doesn't know what you want to focus on. And so most of the time, unless you were just looking for like a very broad scale picture, that'll do, like, it'll scan it and then stitch it all together, but
Mhm.
the depth of focus will be just whatever you set it at when you start.
But it could probably do image stacking. I mean, I'm sure like you could do.
Well, there's not really any reason to image stack if you get out far enough and you take enough
Yeah.
pictures. But the problem is if you wanted to like zoom in and look at a feature, it doesn't know what to look at, and it wouldn't know where to look or how.
Yet.
I think even if you, I mean, you could probably program it, but I feel like it would be so much wasted effort
Yeah.
to
So.
have it do something like that when you could just have a human do it, and it probably would be like, I could gear it to, like, you know, take a picture of some specific part of some specific diatom, but then, like, that's silly because you don't need to have like 1,000 pictures of the same spot on a diatom. You need one good picture.
Yeah. But I remember when it was like, oh my gosh, I have 250 megabytes on my computer. How will I ever fill all this space?
Well, that's just a byproduct of, you
Now
know,
it's-
like technology. They stopped trying to compress software and they stopped trying to compress files because the space got more cheap.
So.
And so basically they stopped trying to do all the like intricate compression that they used to do. So now files are huge,
Mhm.
whereas they used to be very small, and people's internets have gotten faster, and so like everything basically has expanded to the point where Studio had to go back in time. That's how far back she needed to leave. Thanks for the follow, Chowdown 79. Can you focus stack and make a 3D model? Well, that is a funny question.
Photogrammetry is a really interesting thing.
Geez, I'm one step ahead of you, and also 2 years ahead of you.
One step in 2 years.
This is a diatom that we actually created by taking about 70 photographs in the scanning electron microscope and not stacking them, because stacking them usually only gives you depth. But what I did is I took a set of photos at an angle like this, and then one at an angle like this where I rotated the stage so it was at a higher angle, and one at an even higher angle, and then one from directly above. And then we used photogrammetry to put all of those pieces together. And photogrammetry is, if for people who don't know, I'm guessing that Cheez-Its probably knows this, but like it's, if you go to Google and you get a topography on your map, it's because a satellite passes over and takes many pictures, and then the shadows and angles of things basically tell you what the size of them are, and you can make a 3D model from that. And so what we did is we did exactly that. We put this into a photogrammetry tool that then took the images and stitched them together. It could actually figure out how far I was away from the diatom based on the angles of all the other elements that were present. And then it put together a 3D model of one half of a diatom that's exactly this diatom, and then we 3D printed it, and then we put the two halves together, and we created a whole diatom model from it. So this is one that was printed with an acrylic printer, and just have a 3D model of it from only from SEM photos. And we're not the only people to do this. I've seen some people do it with just 4 or 5 photos, so they don't have quite the detail that we have. But you can create a diatom model from that. And this diatom that PacificPlankton has in the screen right now is an isthmia. And the hole that you're looking at on the screen is about 3 microns in diameter. And there are diatoms that are 3 microns in diameter that would fit into the hole that is on this diatom as just one of the little holes if it didn't have that cover over it.
Isthmia.
Isthmia. Looks like a
Isthmia
piece of
nervosa.
cheese.
It does look like a piece of cheese.
So we have 3D models, and in fact, I think this one is posted on my forum for Discord. If you're interested, you could download it and you could print it yourself. Actually, something really cool happened with this model, which is the guy that made it for us is Taco. I think his name is El Taco on Twitch, and he also provided with me with this. He used these to make a latex cast of the diatom.
Ooh.
And then when he sent it to me, he put it back into the cast because he was trying to make more diatoms from the cast. And so we had the cast, and we actually peeled it open, and then at the diatom meeting, we filled all the casts with plaster, and you could pull out, when the plaster dried, you could pull out diatoms that were made out of plaster. And then we had people they could paint them or use markers to color them as a social activity where they sat around painting the diatoms. We still have a bunch of those plaster casted versions of them, but that'll last for years as a plaster cast that we can now use in our environmental science labs for the students to be able to hold diatoms in their hand, just like these 3D printed ones are. And I think it's actually really critical to be able to put a diatom in your hand if you want to communicate with somebody what they look like, because we are used to seeing things that are the size that we interact with, and diatoms are dust-sized particles, so they're way too small for the average person to have a sense of exactly what they are.
It's heavy.
That one is heavy,
Must
and
be
also
alive.
the spines are very sharp.
Yeah, they are.
on it because it was made from a real diatom.
It's the starbelly diatom.
Yeah.
Asteromphalus.
Yeah. It's
Isn't that cool? So,
like a little
Sick belly, bro.
so neat. It gets
Yeah, it looks like sand dollar.
3 micros in diameter. I don't know how tall Maiko is. I don't think she's very big. But I said microns. I would be curious if architects, designers could learn any specific efficiencies by studying diatom anatomy for air, water, human flow. Jesus, you're just behind the curve on everything because you're just learning about diatoms. But there's a book out there that actually shows a diatom structure, and then it shows how humans have architecturally developed something that's designed exactly the same way as diatom did it, and it shows the relationships between these structures that are present in diatoms and their efficiency and our gradual development towards basically biomimicry without realizing we were even doing it. So all these weird struts and weird things that show up in the diatoms, and then it shows you the architectural structure that's related to it that was developed without us ever looking at a diatom in a scanning electron microscope. And then when they found it, they were like, well, this structure is exactly what this structure does in building design. So you would think if we continued to follow that model that there might be some things in the diatoms and their structures that would help us through real biomimicry. In other words, we use the structure that they did, and then we could build something big like they do, blown up, right? As long as you can scale it upward and it still works. Not everything scales up perfectly, because the weights of materials and that sort of thing change as you ramp up. You can't always just scale stuff up, but that it would be built in the same design as diatoms or any microorganism, because they probably are super efficient with respect to how they interact with their environment. So OpenSet just rated us.
OpenSet. Hey.
OpenSet's here. OpenSet is the best set, and he brought 49 of his people in to visit with him.
Oh my goodness! Welcome, OpenSet. I'm in Indiana.
It's PacificPlankton, who also streams on Twitch into her through her own microscope, is now on my microscope, which is a scanning electron microscope.
I've come to the dark side for just a little while.
Yes, and we have donuts.
We do, but not today. Today was tamales.
Gotta raid and run.
Oh.
Gotta get to making some dinner before the evening tutoring students happens. Tutoring?
Tutoring.
Tutoring?
It's a new one for me.
We got a half an hour before we have to be at the 7th and Elm for hamburgers, I think. But we will hold on to your guests for that long, and then we will send them someplace cool.
We will.
Thank you for raiding us, OpenSet. Have a good dinner.
A really good dinner.
Lilith wants to know, are we going to put a donut underneath the scope? We have put some sort of sugary confections under the microscope before. Last Halloween, we put candy corn into the SEM to try to see if we could see anything about it. And it doesn't look very interesting, to be honest. It just looked like a blob of sugar.
Blobs and blobs.
Yes, so if you're not following OpenSet,
You should. I don't know why you wouldn't be.
and you like stuff with microscopes
And cats.
and cats,
Poetry.
and music,
Zooming in and out.
he zooms all the way to sometimes other galaxies. And he plays music while he looks at stuff on the microscope through his keyboards, and he's got a theremin. And
What's that?
I don't know what we're looking. It's like a weird angle.
It is. But it's kind of cool. It's like,
But yes, so he does really cool visual effects and plays music and streams into Twitch. So if you like this, but you were wishing it was more chaotic and musical,
maybe with
and,
sake.
and occasionally has Chinese poetry read to you at the same time as all of that, and then you probably would like OpenSet. He does a lot of like growing crystals and creating polarizing effects on stuff, and very entertaining. So A++, one of my favorite streamers on Twitch.
I'm just curious what this is. I mean, I know it's diatom related. I just don't know what.
Microverse TTV is another person on here.
Hey.
They just hosted our stream for four viewers. They're rating us.
Whoa. Thank you.
We got a lot of micro
So
fans here.
They're winding down at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They're gonna all come here and be like, oh no, there we go.
Yeah. We can't shout people out right now, studio.
Yeah.
We've disabled all of it. We use compound microscopes to look at soil and compost samples.
Oh.
Well, we've been looking at stuff using a scanning electron microscope or a compound microscope here on Twitch between PacificPlankton and I since 2020. Back in the old 2020. We started operating here. I think she started maybe like a month and a half before me.
Yeah, I was ahead of the curve.
Yeah. And then I saw what she was doing and I was like, you know what?
I could do that. I
I've
could do
got
that.
a scanning
better.
electron microscope.
Yeah. It's like,
Wonder if
not
I could put that on this
only
thing.
can I do that, but I'm gonna do it so much better.
How do I do this but like look at dead stuff? That's what I was thinking to myself, because one thing I can't stand is living things.
It's They're harder to manage. They're more unpredictable than the dead things.
Thank you for bringing your people in,
Thank
and
you.
I'm going to follow you. And I hear that you can follow people very easily by clicking on their name,
Yeah.
and then you just hit the follow button.
It's kind of like corn on the cob. This one.
I'm sorry, what are you talking
Oh,
about?
I'm like-
I was like, you follow corn on the cob or what?
It looks like corn on the cob, kind of, right? Like a cross section.
Oh,
If
yeah.
it was a hollow corn on the cob.
I don't know what is this.
What is this thing we look at?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure what we're looking at, to be honest.
Well, we're taking a picture. Sometimes you need to take pictures of things you don't know they are. And then other people can look at them and go,
That is
'Cause-
true.
or later on, I'll look at something and go, oh, I know what this is. See here?
Science Streams
Because
is also here.
this
in the
is
channel.
actually the edge, and we're looking down.
Yeah, that is.
All right, and this
yeah.
is a broken bit. There would have been a valve face here.
Yeah, it
Mm.
looks like maybe it's an Alakasira kind of a thing, but I can't tell. It's like such a weird
It
view.
is a weird view.
Hello, Science. Welcome in. I can't do shout-outs right now because stuff is broken, unfortunately, but...
Hey, we're streaming. We're live. You want to join us on Twitch? Say hi.
Yes, sure.
Everybody can see you.
Hello.
All
This is so
59
sweet.
people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're famous.
It's increasing. That's great.
We always have more and more people. That's the way it rolls around here.
Mm-hmm.
Any freshwater coconut for us,
She's not even looking at fresh
No.
water.
It's marine.
It's only one species.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have it in the Great Lakes.
Oh,
Yes, by mistake.
wow.
It's from England.
It came over and went, oops.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, no, marine stuff.
Yes. But it's freshwater.
No, this is marine stuff.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah.
Real dinos
Lakes.
have wings.
not all of them.
Not the Dinoflagellates type.
But it's nice to see you guys.
Alright, see you. Science says that I missed it. Pacific was helping them have a lovely morning. Were you guys here? Was Science here earlier while I was gone? Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Studio's gonna go make dinner. Yeah, we're at a university. We have all kinds of learned people here. That's what we do.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that thing.
It's kind of cool though.
Mm,
I don't know. It's a piece of
it
something.
looks like it might be the internal view of an isthmus.
Yeah. That sounds. I like that.
I agree.
That's
I
what
like where your
came up
head's at.
with. You like where my... I like where your head's at.
All right. Let's see. What other things can we look at?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like triangles? You like triangles?
I'm a fan.
Hello, Venus
I'd
Bird.
say I'm a fan.
You're a fan. All right. Here we
You're
go.
a fan of triangles?
We're gonna.
I mean, I'm not a hater.
Triangle Man hates Particle Man. And when they have a fight, Triangle wins.
Yeah.
So wait, Triangle Man hates who?
Particle Man.
Particle Man.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
What did Particle
What did Particle Man do to deserve that?
I don't know.
That hating. That's not good.
I'm just telling you. When they have a fight, Triangle wins.
Why?
Is it because Particle Man is not triangle shaped?
I guess. I don't know. I'm just telling you the lyrics. I don't know the why.
Hmm.
There's another triangle.
I know.
If I had my
Here too. Two separate
stuff hooked
valves.
up, I could just hit a button and it would just give you a long list of microscope streamers that have been hanging out in our community for a really long time.
It would.
These fans are incredible. Well, they'd be even better if she would
If she
focus
would
in on one and
stop
take a picture.
playing
instead
and
of
just focus.
she'd go somewhere,
Oh,
zoom in on something, like the surface of this Diatom, which is a diatom that's triangle shaped and has eyelash-like
These are the little eyelash bits.
spines, and then pointing right out at our face right there is the Portula tube.
Mm-hmm.
There
See
it
this?
is.
There's the tip of the tube. Coming at you.
Coming right at our eyes.
See, now everything else is out of focus though, so
That's
Don't
depth
look
of
too
field
closely,
right
it'll
there.
poke your eye out.
Yeah.
it's depth of field.
Well, I normally stream on Wednesdays from the SEM, and then sometimes I stream from my camera during the weekday. You can spam risk calling you?
You know? And if it's not spam, they probably don't want to talk on stream, so.
Lilith wants to know, how rare is it to find rhombus-shaped micro things?
You mean like,
Rhomboid.
It's rhomboid. I'm having a shape
Diamond.
moment. Diamond shaped?
Rhomboids.
I mean,
You had it right. It's like a square somebody pushed over.
Like this. Like that.
Like that.
But Isthmia's like that all the
hold on,
time. Well, almost all the time.
wait, what's a rhombus? A rhombus is like two triangles on top of each other, right? Like,
It's like this.
Well, she has two triangles.
yeah, like this. Wait, no.
I think we all need to go back to kindergarten. Okay.
Here's what a rhombus is.
Okay. I'm gonna zoom. I'm not gonna take a picture.
I'm pretty sure it's a square
really
somebody
cool.
pushed over.
It's a pushed over square. It's like a parallelogram, but not.
A parallelogram is a rectangle somebody pushed over.
Yeah, a rhombus is a parallelogram, though, right?
Well, they're related, yes.
They're all
In that
related.
all rectangles, all squares are rectangles, but all rectangles aren't
Not
squares.
squares.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking of.
Yeah. The square is somebody pushed over.
Mm-hmm.
All four sides are equal, opposite sides are paired, opposite angles are equal.
Thank you, Google.
We just answered the question about it, though. How rare is it to find rhombus-shaped things?
Not that rare.
There are some diatoms that are rhomboid. In fact, there's some that are called rhomboides as their species name. In the, I
Really?
think Gomphanema has a rhomboides.
Rhomboides. Like, I want to find something that I want to find. I want to find.
What are you trying to find?
I don't know. I'm just looking. I'm just so excited to be looking. You know, like when you're like leafing through a book, and you like see bits you want to look at and read, right? Or there's a picture and you want to stop, and you're like, it's like that.
What's a book?
Has paper?
Hmm. I don't do that.
You don't do that?
All the things I use that I read just are on my devices, including the books. Actually, when you arrived, I was
Uh-huh.
like, I need to go to the library.
I remember.
And I still haven't gotten a chance to go to the library.
Not
Do you
because
have
of
some
me.
overdue books?
No, I need to get out some books. I
Surface
finished it-
Detail. Surface Detail. I think that's the name of the book.
Are you like Ian Banks? Yeah, okay.
I'm like,
She's like
conversations.
from like a conversation from last week. She's like surface detail.
I think that's
Like
the
I'm
one.
supposed to know, and then I did know.
And you did know. See? It worked.
I get the same way. When I perform counts, I'll spend too much time lost in a microbe. Today was a naked amoeba.
Ooh. Ah.
Look,
Oh, just-
look, it's what you wanted. It's her favorite.
We're not supposed to have favorites.
It's her favorite.
I think I don't
She
know.
loves all of her children equally, except for this
Except
one.
for this one. It's just so pretty.
It's a skeletron.
It is actually skeletonema.
Skeleton.
Look at how close she got. She was like, let's just zoom straight in. Let's look at the ornate skeleton-like.
It's just so pretty. Look, a little knuckling together.
You know what would look really good?
If I change the auto brightness.
And maybe like slow the beam down so they could see all the detail.
Well-
Those two things.
I can take a picture. And I
Yeah,
can,
taking a picture, that would help.
but I already have a picture of one that I like.
From earlier today?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I wanted to see if it looked any different when it was clean.
Does
Like,
it?
I don't know yet.
Huh.
I haven't slowed it down and taken the picture.
Lilith wants to know, does the micro world
Skeletron.
see all colors we do when we zoom into these things?
There is no color in the electron microscope.
Yeah, the scanning electron microscope don't have color because it doesn't have light.
It works in the darkness.
That's right, we're the dark side. But I think what they're asking is, do organisms that are that small see color?
They don't see.
Some of them have eyes.
Well, they have light or brightness detectors.
Right. Most of their eyes are light sensors.
Not for
Can they detect
resolving.
colors?
So if they can detect light, I'm assuming, because I don't know, I don't study it, but I would assume they could detect not just brightness, but potentially the wavelength, like only certain types of color. It would be my assumption, but I don't know.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say...
Do you know?
Well, I haven't looked through the eyes of a microbe before.
Have you
I
done
don't
the
think
research?
anybody has. But my guess is that the electromagnetic spectras are pretty narrow for many of them, and they're geared towards some specific values that they're trying. Like our eyes are geared towards things that are useful for us, and bees have eyes that are geared towards their spectral range, which is different than humans. And so I think probably they don't see color the way we see color, but I think that they perceive electromagnetic spectra in a way that's useful for them. It would be weird if they didn't. Weird in nature. You know what I mean?
It would be.
Like unusual, because most things in nature have a very narrow band of electromagnetic spectra that's very important to them. So, finally a picture.
It's time to go though.
Yeah, you only got 20 minutes left. And it's going to
No,
take
ours
us
was-
5 minutes to get there.
5 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
I don't have 20 minutes then. I've got like,
Are you counting the minutes all of a sudden? She's like, I only got 152 seconds.
Well, it tells you how long it's going to take. I've got 2 minutes and 35 seconds left on this picture.
Yeah. Make
And
them
that time
count.
just like gone.
Make them count.
But isn't that beautiful? It's like
You
something
can just
from
come
Lord
in
of
and
the
use
Rings.
it tomorrow. Oh wait, that's me.
That's you. You get to come in and
Christian
use
could
it
also
tomorrow.
come in and use it tomorrow.
Except I won't.
Yeah, I probably won't either. I need a recovery day. I've got to get through all my
You need
emails.
Recovery day?
Not from you.
I was going to
I
say.
still haven't recovered from the Diatom meeting.
Diatom camp. Woo woo.
I still have like boxes all around my office that are like filled with t-shirts and mugs and stuff that we put in a box so we could carry it back from the outdoor center to my office.
Oh, is that where the cider went?
The cider actually somehow got stuck in with the recycling, and when Carlin went to take the recycling and throw it away, she pulled the recycling apart and found the cider in there. And then she was like, why are there these ciders in there? And I think she put them in the refrigerator at home. So I feel like maybe you and I might put them back in the recycling center.
Once they've been dealt with?
Yeah, once we've managed them.
doesn't that look like something out of Lord of the Rings?
You know, like the elves made it.
Yeah.
The elves did make it. The Keebler elves made it.
No, they make cookies. They don't make this.
Netkissa wants to know, what is that beautiful structure? They just came in.
Right? What is this beautiful structure? It is spectacularly beautiful. It's part of a diatom called skeletonema. But so here, this is really cool.
What's cool?
Rumiportula?
Yeah, those are the Rumiportula.
And how long? It's like, and then they hang on to each other. So
Yeah, they're just clasping hands.
there was one cell here and one
But
cell
also,
here.
they clasping hands with their arms fully extended because they want to be close to the person, but like not that close.
Because they're sister cells.
Yeah, you got to be close to your sister. You want to be that close to your sister.
But they hold on
Get a little weird if you get too
forever.
close to your sister.
These particular ones were boiled in acid, and they're still holding on to each other.
Somebody boiled them in
That's
acid.
love.
Just saying.
Yo, Mr. Diatoms. It is either Dr. Diatoms or Saint Diatoms, I'm afraid. I have two titles now. Yo, do you know the name or author of that book about comparing structures to diatoms? Not off the top of my head, but I could do some research and find it for you, and maybe put it in my Discord. Socially
See if I can
distant,
find
that's
it.
right. They're safe. They don't want to get COVID from each other.
But they're grouped together. They're in
Yeah,
a,
yeah.
They're in a pod.
They're locked together for life.
Forever and ever. Oh dear.
Now you're getting real messages.
I know. I'm gonna
from
check those too.
non-spam sources.
True. Oh. Look. Right nearby.
Odontella.
I know. Look at the little. Well, is it still Odontella?
No.
No, it's not
Trip
now.
something or other.
Yeah.
Something or other. I don't remember what it was called.
It's just a cool
I'm not
one
a marine
too.
person. You know this. Get your genera into my realm, and I'll tell you what they are, and I'll have it right.
Let's see. Like, where do I go?
Are you gonna go exploring?
No, I was just gonna look because it's really pretty, and we were running out
What do
of
you need
time.
the microscope for? Your classwork for my class? Okay.
Yeah, but I'll just look at it on Thursday evening.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those holes.
Mm-hmm. Those holes, they've got little holes inside of them.
They do. Are they clean enough to see inside of though?
That one right there looks like it is.
This one?
Yeah.
I don't know. Come on.
You gotta have the willpower to do it, that's all.
It's like there. Too fast. Slow down. Too slow. Something in between. Just getting so excited. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We haven't done this yet.
Just put her glasses on, that's how serious she is.
I want it in focus. I don't think it's gonna let us see them as nicely.
I don't know, slow it down. See what happens. Slow it down like a lot.
Wow.
Not that much. Probably needs some stigmation.
Probably.
I haven't done that. Oh no, there's the
Oh,
holes.
oh, there they
Oh,
are.
there
Look
they
at that.
are.
Look at that.
Told you so. Oh, you got a defect.
Oh, it's got a
Or
thing.
did you change the speed? It's like that. It's like, hello, Dirty Smith. Hey, if you're not following our friend Dirty Smith, there's someone else you could follow on Twitch. Twitch.tv Dirty Smith. If you like smithing, smithery,
Mm-hmm.
smith keeping, he does smithing. He's a smither
He beats the daylight out of things.
with metal.
Mm. It's actually a thing to beat the daylight, right?
I
Because
don't know what you're talking about. But
No.
you are a mom, so.
when you're smithing something, Dirty Smith, help me out here. Right? You pound it until it's flat against the anvil, right?
You could force the daylight out of something.
Here he says squisher of hot metal in a
Awesome.
controlled fashion.
There you go.
That's a good way of
What's,
saying it.
Luminescence dating, you can like
Release the
daylight.
light. Did you know that you can store light in things?
Well, whenever I have a campfire, I'm letting that sunlight go.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. It's coming back. It's heat and smoke.
I guess if you do it that way, you're thinking about a chemical reaction. I'm talking about physical light can be stored.
Mm-hmm.
In electrons get captured the light energy from radiation actually. But then it tells you when the last time it was exposed to light because the light will release the electrons that are captured in it. It actually gives off a luminescence. It's a cool science trick.
It's a cool science trick.
We talked about another cool science trick today in my class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Very cool
Borehole
trick.
temperatures.
Ooh, that's right.
That the ice actually remembers the temperature of the air when it was at the surface of a glacier.
It remembers.
It remembers.
The ice remembers?
The ice remembers.
Well, then we're in trouble because
Yeah, it's gonna know that
it
we
knows.
Don't forget.
3 years after they cored the ice sheets and removed the ice cores, and they filled the hole with this like antifreeze, and it had equilibrated. Then they would send a thermometer back down the hole, and there was cold ice and colder ice and even colder ice and warm ice and cold ice, and they were broken off into layers.
Wow.
And they could detect the little ice age by where it was in the core as the ice being colder in that interval. How cool is that?
So cool.
Super duper cool.
None of my students believed it could happen, but then it did.
It happened. It was a thing.
Science.
Science. Well, that's
It was
the thing.
replicated in 2 different boreholes with exactly the same results, right?
Yeah. I read it.
You read
I
it?
believed it.
Things can happen. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Dirty Smith says, be right back. Emergency puppy break.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I hope the puppy's okay.
Microverse TTV says they're off to make dinner. Have a lovely rest of your day, and they will lurk for the raid.
Thank you.
It's dinner time.
I know.
Lilith, the hobo, Lilith says, how do they make glowing pets with CRISPR editing kits? Do you have a CRISPR? Are
They
you
have
planning on making a glowing pet?
They have CRISPR kits you can get.
And you can make your pets glow?
If your pet's an amoeba or something, probably.
okay.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. Like, pet is a broad term.
Lilith says they don't have a CRISPR.
Mm.
But maybe if they could make their amoeba glow, they would. Look at that little guy.
Isn't that pretty?
It's Elasticira pacifica.
It's a nice place to end,
Does seem like a great place to end since how we got 5 minutes.
right?
We're gonna be late.
I know. Well, you could message.
Hey, Devil and Mrs. J. They said they're back, but this is the first time I've seen them, so they must have been here when you were presenting stuff earlier.
They were.
Hello, Mrs. J. Let's see. We need to find somebody to raid,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Who's-
have so many friends that are on right now, and my choices to you are both musicians. One of them is my friend Chapin, who I listen to every time she's on, except for now, because I'm not usually on when she is.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is my friend Pinky, and I listen to her every time that I'm on, that I see that she's on, because I love their music. So, can you choose between Chapin and Pinky so it's not my fault? Look at how clean that is.
That's going to be nice. All right.
Chapin or Pinky?
Heads or tails?
I mean, we could flip a coin. I don't have any of those.
Yeah. How about Pinky?
Pinky it is.
I could.
Nope.
I
too
was
late.
gonna flip a card.
Flip a
We're
card.
just gonna raid Pinky.
We're raiding Pinky. Ah, look at how pretty that is. Look at that.
Pinky.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging
And
out
Clementine,
all day long.
I believe is how it's spelled.
So next year,
Are you planning out your next?
I don't know.
I need to see if that actually worked, though.
You should.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. See,
We're gonna take all of you people over to see my lovely friend Pinky.
we are.
She often composes her own music right here. Saints and Streamers, yeah. And I haven't seen her basically since I started doing running a Diatom conference. So I missed all of the streamers
You
from
mean
last week.
Diatom camp?
You guys keep calling it a camp, but it's not a camp.
I don't know.
We did go to a campsite though.
It was kind of a camp. It was Diatom camp. There were arts and crafts.
There were arts and crafts. We didn't shoot archery though.
No.
We
but
could have.
But there was like racing and
We
and
sacrificed
canoeing
algae
and yeah.
to me.
We did a little bit of science, a little bit of learning.
There was a giant
right?
auction at
Mhm.
camp. Do you usually get a lot of drunk people? Because we had some drunk people.
Grown up camp, you do.
Grown up camp.
I don't know. Those camp counselors, they can get a little out of hand.
I guess. I don't think there was any shenanigans though.
No.
It was a pretty laid back.
It was a really great group.
Yeah. This is a nice stream you did here all day today.
It was fun.
Thank you for holding down the channel while I was busy teaching people.
Thank you for letting me use your really cool
Well, the time's up.
SEM. We're going. We're gone.
We're not gone yet, but we will be.
And there it goes. Ta-da!